Honorable members, Madam Speaker.
Prayer, Almighty God, who in infinite and prudential goodness have appointed us of leaders and parliaments for the sake of certain just government of humanity, we beseech you to look upon with your abundant favor these your servants, whom we've been pleased for the performance of such important trust in this land. Let your blessings descend upon them assembled, and brother may, as in your presence, hit and consider all matter that shall come at the deliberation, the soldiers and fallen manners promote your honor and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you have committed to your charge.
Item 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, I wish to welcome you to this afternoon's sitting. Honorable members, last night, the country again garnered a second gold medal at the ongoing Commonwealth Games. We wish to congratulate our own Kiplimo and the entire country, Uganda. And as I said yesterday, we'll have a formal motion to pay tribute to this team. They've made us proud as a country. Honorable members, I received a letter from the Chief Opposition Whip designating the chairperson of Public Accounts Local Government and replacing him with Honorable Olanya Gilbert pursuant to Rule 196 of the Rules of Procedure. However, I am also aware the committee is in its final stages of reporting on the Auditor General's findings for financial year 2020-2021. As we do this, we need to address ourselves and address our minds to the precedent that has been set by this parliament. And that was in Park Kosase in the last parliament, where a similar attempt was made to change the chairperson of a standing committee, and that would mean it would say the work of the committee. And we need this work to be done. IMF has given us deadlines on when to get a treasury memoranda for these committees. And the leadership needs to consider that we need this work to be done. I wish therefore to guide as follows. Rule 196 provides for redesignation of a chairperson or deputy chairperson at any time. The responsibility of this redesignation is vested on the whip. That is acceptable. The redesignation will be by way of a formal motion for redesignation. The motion will be subject to approval of the House, And as we wait for that, bring a motion, but that's after the committee has finished the work assigned to them. For now, we are not taking the redesignation. Additionally, I ask all the whips to expedite on designation of members to the Committee of Science, Technology and Innovation into the standing committees, and this should be done by Tuesday. We would have done tomorrow, but I'm aware the LOP and WIP will be away. So this should be done by Tuesday. Matters of national importance.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I wish to make a very brief response to your communication in relation to the intended or impending resignation of the chairperson of Park Local Government. I hasten to add that, Right Honorable Speaker, the purpose and the intention of designation of members as to where, and that's why the rule is clear. One, the rule had in mind the fact that we are under multi-party dispensation, and therefore the party whips are at liberty to redesignate their members for efficient working of their intended objectives. Two, that the intended action not in any way intended to jeopardize the work of Parliament, and therefore probably the precedent we could be thinking about was not put to strict interpretation of the rule. And my sense, Right Honorable Speaker, is that this matter will be handled administratively, as opposed to making it a contest in the House, Right Honorable Speaker, with your indulgence, because the rule could be subject to other laws of the land, including the Constitution, including the political parties and the Election Act, and the fact that you are under multi-party. So I suggest, Right Honorable Speaker, that this matter will be administratively handled, because if you subject to a strict vote, it's akin to the normal resignation of members. There is a motion for resignation, and it is always taken without contest, Right Honorable Speaker. So I'd rather that we do not engage in that contest, that we administratively handle this for the good of the House and for keeping decorum, and with mind that we are in a multi-party system, and therefore should not appear to be causing a friction here, Right Honorable Speaker, because then we are going to subject everything we do to strict legal interpretation. And I would rather that we don't go into that territory, Right Honorable Speaker. I thank you.
Thank you so much. I know one person who has always respected my rulings. That is my good friend, Lop. I'm even surprised he's speaking after the ruling has been done. But anyway, that is me, for me and Lop. Can we have Fadil? Members, we have a congested, we have two bills to pass. Fadil, Twaha. Yes, Mr. Procedure.
Madam Speaker, the Speaker is final, but the rules require that I am
Honorable Semuju Ibrahim.
as a honorable member.
Honorable Semuju Ibrahim.
Madam Speaker, yesterday I rose on a matter of privilege, requested to make a very short statement, and you said you will allow me today. So I'm seeking your guidance at what stage will I be making this statement.
I can give you to make the statement after members have raised their matters of national importance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Fadil. Nakato Anet.
Right Honorable Speaker, my name is Nakato Mary Anet. I rise on the matter of national importance regarding the impending catastrophe or disaster in Uyende district. Right Honorable Speaker, Uyende district is nearly surrounded by Lake Shoga, and approximately 60% of the district is covered by lake shores. Right Honorable Speaker, as we speak now, all the swamps in Uyende district are full of water. In places like Uyende, Bumogoli, Buyumba, Nkone, Iremeria, Nabweyo, Ikanda, Budipa, and so many others. And last year, in 2020, the village called Nabweyo experienced the deadliest disaster, and some relief came, but it was not enough. Right Honorable Speaker, my prayer is that I ask the disaster ministry and preparedness with immediate effect to come on ground and assess before the situation worsens. In Nabweyo particular, last time we had lots of life that was lost, and they are claiming that the relief that was sent did not reach the ground. I thank you, and I submit.
Thank you, government.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Member, we thank you for your matter of national importance that you have raised. As you all know, we are going through this difficult situation with the weather, and we shall be sure to ask the Minister for Disaster Preparedness to go on the ground and look at the matter so that we can avoid any such incidents as has happened in Mbale. We shall take note of it and immediately report back to the House.
Honorable Attorney General, you need to do an assessment for the whole country. The country is suffering. In my own district, people have nowhere even to stay. The whole area is flooded. So if you're doing the assessment, first do the emergency in Mbale. People are dying. And you know, my district is at the receiving end. All the water that comes from Mbale comes to Bukedea. So you need to do that assessment throughout the whole country. Margaret? Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, in most of the circumstances when we present matters of national importance, there are areas and there are ministries that are more specialized in this. Right Honorable Speaker, the Minister of Environment is there. The Attorney General, with the due respect, it's not a matter of jumping on the microphone. We would expect the Right Honorable Speaker, some of these ministers.
Maurice, that is unparliamentary language. He is the most senior minister in the front desk. He is not jumping. I've not seen him jumping. Unless if you saw yourself. Kindly, can you withdraw your statement?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I withdraw the statement. But what I'm trying to mean, Right Honorable Speaker, I'm very sure colleagues will testify. There are very few cases where we expect the Attorney General to respond, but in such a case, Right Honorable, which is threatening lives of people, when the Minister of Environment is there, we would expect a statement from the Minister of Environment, Right Honorable.
The Minister of Environment can speak, but the most senior person representing government is Attorney General. Let's have respect for each other. Environment, Mama Malvira.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I appreciate the concern of the colleague, Honorable Annette. And the truth of the matter, colleagues, is that the whole country is now prone to the effect of climate change. So as government, we intend to join hands to respond to the same direction. But what I want to emphasize, Right Honorable Speaker and friends, that the long-lasting solution to this must be environmental conservation. The response to disasters is going to happen, and the government is doing that. But as a Ministry of Environment, because all these things are coming as a result of us destroying our environment. And therefore, friends, you will accept when we come with a 10 years program of restoration that we join, that will all hold together and make sure we restore what has been restored and even advise our people for safety. I beg to submit, Right Honorable. Okay, come.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And thank you, Honorable Minister, for giving me. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable members, we should be aware and we know that issues of emergency and what is currently happening is an emergency that needs timely action. The minister is giving us the short-term and the long-term solution. But what I would like to clarify or to seek clarification on, how fast are we going to handle the short-term? For example, what is happening in Valley, very soon you'll hear it is happening in Kasese. Very soon you'll hear it is in Busoga. Right Honorable Speaker is talking about Bukedea. All areas. When are you bringing that statement? When are you bringing that to tell us that maybe in 3 weeks we are going to do this and this, so that our hearts are settled and we know that at least government has planned and they are ready to receive these challenges and then to handle and manage. So what are the timelines and within what period are you going to sort out these matters in the very short time?
Honorable members, what we are talking about is a multi-sectoral approach. And in this multi-sectoral approach, I liked when AG stood up, because yesterday there was an issue of compensation for people who have lost their beloved ones. So that's where now AG will come up. There is issue of the roads. I'm happy the Minister of Roads is here, and finance for you to release money. People are sleeping out. We need taplings. And when you ask the other ministers, they are saying we've not got money. There have been budget cuts on this. Now, finance is here. We need a response to this. Minister of Works.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, yesterday we had a meeting chaired by the Right Honorable Prime Minister, and the meeting drew critical sectors that are supposed to be first line intervention, particularly to deliver relief.
Put on your masks. If you can't put on the mask, kindly go out.
Thank you. Right Honorable, particularly to deliver emergency support. I want to report to this House that emergency support in terms of food, shelter, and some basic utensils that must be needed, that must be used.
Honorable Seungu, can you put on your mask?
You will come in. So in the discussion, we realized that the number that had been handled from the time the incident happened, from the time the disaster happened, was bigger, was smaller than what needs to be handled. I'm happy to report to this House that the partners have accepted to support the Ministry of Disaster Preparedness, coordinated by the Minister of the Prime Minister. My office was given a specific assignment to ensure that we attempt to open all the roads that lead to the affected communities, even if it means just doing first line intervention to allow relief to reach them as we prepare to do a comprehensive intervention. I am happy to report to this House that this morning a team has left from the Minister of Works working with the UNRWA to team up with the district leadership in the Mount Elgon region, that is Bugisu and Sebe, so that we can do a comprehensive intervention, particularly in as far as communication and particularly roads is concerned. So that's what is being done now.
Yes, clarification.
You have done well to talk about the relief food and non-food items that you are delivering. But you know very well that the root cause of the flash floods claiming lives and property is because of the narrow, after the rivers emanating from Wanale Hill, bursting their banks. It's because of the narrow culverts that could not allow the waters, the floods, to flow under the bridges. And you are the line minister that would have worked on that infrastructure. Because as we talk, even up to now, the bridges from the on Kumi Road, that bridge is still submerged underwater. Those narrow culverts cannot allow the waters to flow. So I expected you, in your brief remarks, to say something about a solution to that root cause of the flash floods.
Musila, first get the other clarification also.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this chance again. The clarification I would give the Minister of Disaster. I mean, works, and all of them, of course, it is across the board, Madam. Yes, I was not able to speak because my colleagues had put and spoken. I wish to say the aftermath after these flash floods are even going to be worse. As we talk, I wish to hear the minister getting us a solution as to what he's going to do with the widening gaps and the cracks in Mount Elgon. Already, we have had a few, yeah, we may not have lost lives, but already soils have been washed down, especially in Bududa. My home, 200 meters away, is affected and everything like that. Then the other issue, Madam, is about medical camps. Remember that these flash floods, Right Honorable Speaker, carried away all pit latrines from the upstream down into, including your district. Madam Speaker, you are aware that you lost 2 people in your district on River CP around there. Now, but the worst bit is that the attendant diseases coming over later, especially the waterborne dysentery, cholera, and everything like that. We should call upon the Ministry of Health, working in conjunction with other ministries, to put medical camps ready for the oncoming disasters, especially the downstream districts of Butaleja, Bukedea, Namutumba, and others. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, could you inform this House when you last went there? And what have you done? And why are you here? Yes, I'm asking the Minister. Because, Honorable Speaker, this matter is very serious. Yesterday we were here and we are seeing everything on TV. It is the citizens pulling out vehicles from the floods, using ropes. Maybe they are provided by you, the Minister. Because what we are saying, we are providing ministers with the facilities to carry out work. And hence, you could explain, when were you there, who is there, to see that things are changing and work is done. Members might hide the facts. Your officials, police are not working. It is the citizens carrying out the work. You can bear witness, members from that area. So, just as a clarification, Minister, when were you there?
Honorable
And
Minister, can you make the those
Madam.
clarifications?
Madam,
Yes.
yeah, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm sorry that I'm coming up with anguish, really, to speak on this matter, which should have been prevented. Madam Speaker, over 10 years ago in this very August House, the issues of Mount Elgon, Mount Rwenzori were tabled and discussed, and the threats to human existence in these two respective areas were very clear, and scientifically, a team from geologists, from the ministries concerned, they did a comprehensive study on all this, and they gave recommendations on what should be done to avert future calamities. But it is perspective of all this scientific data and information that has been provided, there are no remedial measures that were taken to avert these catastrophes. So for me, I find it very, very difficult at this point to see the firefighting, to see that we are only responding on how we can just rectify a messy situation which should have been avoided much earlier. I think, Madam Speaker, we need a very serious scrutiny. Parliament needs to go and investigate this matter deeply. It is not just a matter of just ministers responding on a mere crisis which has just happened, when there are these deep-rooted problems that can be scientifically rectified. And I saw the Prime Minister rightfully say that this degradation is the cause, and yet 15 years ago, we have been talking the same language on how to avert this catastrophe.
For members to go and investigate, we need an immediate action that can make people survive. Like the Prime Minister was there the other day. She distributed a number of things. She did some work. But what we are saying, you ministers who are responsible, say for roads, for what is asking, when were you there? The Prime Minister is here. And truth be told, in my area, which is the ending point, nobody has been there in Bukedea, Madam Prime Minister. I also want you to go to Bukedea tomorrow.
Much obliged, Right Honorable Speaker. Colleagues, I have noted the concerns of members, but allow me to tell you what we have so far done. As far as Mbale, because it's now the issue, what have we done? The Ministry of Works, through UNRWA, has mobilized all the resources, and they have gone to fix those roads that had been washed away by the floods, those that are under UNRWA. We are also using the same ministry to make sure that they go and prevail over the districts to fix their roads, because some of the roads are feeder roads, and those feeder roads, the responsibility unit for them are the districts. Ministry of Water, I don't know whether he's here. Yes, the Ministry of Water, the other day when we had a meeting in Mbale, they are technical people. They have fixed back the water in Mbale City. The Ministry of Disaster, we have officers now stationed in Mbale distributing relief food and relief items. The Ministry of Health, because you are aware that when this problem came, it washed away even the latrines and toilets. So the Ministry of Health is on ground with an emergency team on ground. The Ministry of Internal Affairs is also on ground, colleagues, and the Ministry of Defense is also on ground. We are using the Army Brigade to make sure that we repair the drainage system at the industrial park. Colleagues, government is trying. We want you to appreciate. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, though you didn't respond of going to Bukedea.
Mama, you know how much I love you. And you know how much our colleagues love you. And you know how much we can support. Using all the means, I will definitely go to Bukedea and support you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Members, let's give government time and see, let's do our oversight role and see what is happening. We make follow-up, and but also finance want to hear from you. Is there money?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we recently passed the budget, and we are in our Q1. We provided for funding under contingency, and this money has not been utilized. Therefore, in the constraints prevailing, we shall try as much as possible to finance this situation in Mbale and other areas where disasters are happening. Thank you.
Are you saying that you've already given the ministries, all the others, money under Q1? Because what I'm aware, you gave them only 20 million for that, for disaster. What is 20 billion going to do?
Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the Ministry for Disaster Preparedness was given 20 billion, and it is this money that we are trying to use to manage the situation. They gave us 20 billion.
Kinkizi?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. I rise on the matter of public importance, Right Honorable Speaker, regarding the breakdown of the road leading to the main tourism area called the Impenetrable, where we get over 60% contribution to tourism.
Alex, stop disturbing the Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, it is not my usual practice to raise a matter which has failed to get a solution as your guidance, Madam Speaker. I contacted UNRWA and I have found out that they told me they don't have money to rectify the challenge, because as I talk, a fleet of vehicles of tourists, Madam Speaker, are stuck on a place called Kakuleju, just from Mutogota, a few kilometers to Gindi Impenetrable National Park. And Madam Speaker, this is our cash cow. Tourism is a service sector that is giving us a lot of money. This is the one who told me that Minister of Finance did not give them money for maintenance. I said, let me now raise it on this matter. Madam Speaker, there is something also cropping from the Minister of Finance that we need to be clarified on this matter. This is the only institution mandated for appropriation. And Madam Speaker, I hear something to do with statutory review of our budget. Whose mandate is supposed to review the budget of this country? Is it the Minister of Finance? Do we have another giant in the Minister of Finance to review, to see Minister of Tourism, let to get this money match at 2-1? Yes, 2-1. If we budgeted this money amounting to this, we projected. Now, if you decide as the Minister of Finance, say, no, we are giving this money because this is our predetermination. Is it right
I would need Madam Speaker to pray as follows. One, as a member of parliament representing Kinshasa West, where I have Queen Elizabeth, where I have the only climbing lions in Africa, which is giving money to the government. The only gorillas leading to, we have about 18 families of habituated gorillas, which is fetching money to this country. But the road has broken down. Now the people are extorting money from tourists there who are stuck. When can this road be fixed, leading to Green Penetrable and Queen Elizabeth? Two, the minister also need to get clarification from the Minister of Finance now that he is here. What is this called total review of our budget? Because the president assented to the appropriation bill and is now an act of parliament. Who has the mandate to change the law? To give these people information in the Minister of Finance. Madam Speaker, Minister of Finance should be tasked to explain how roads are going to be worked on, as we are expecting roads all over the country, and then there's no money for maintenance. How do they want us to do business as a country? Within this month of August and September, where we expect much rain and much business. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister of Works.
Let me just be sure. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker. First of all, I wish my colleague had drawn my attention to this before I came here. Then I would have tried to do adequate consultation so that I give a very informed position. But I just want this House to know, maybe to preempt my colleagues, there is a reality obtaining, and I'm happy the Prime Minister is here and the Minister of Finance. We are having a discussion with the Minister of Finance. What we did was we had given local companies framework contracts to maintain roads in the different regions of the country. But unfortunately, last financial year, we did the suppression of 40%. And that did not now allow us to pay those local contractors. Our hope was that the first quarter now there would be some adequate release so that we can pay the contractors and they start working on. Minister of Finance has been a little slow in coming on in this particular matter. We are handling it with them, and I can confess that the truth is most of the roads are actually in a bad shape. They need a lot of repairs because the local contractors have kind of gone slow. But I wanted this House to know that we are discussing it under the chairpersonship of the Prime Minister, and we hope this will be resolved. But coming to this one particularly, Madam Speaker, we are going to look at this one and make it at least motorable so that the tourists can be able to access the park and be vacated from the park as we look for resources that will enable us to really do the maintenance of all the roads that are critical in the country.
Clarification.
Kinkizi?
All right, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for this indulgence. And I would want to implore the Minister of Works to be honest to Ugandans. And I'm happy the Prime Minister is here. And the intention of the front bench is to help the government to harmonize with the Parliament, which is the representative of the people, to see that business moves on well. Madam Speaker, I am a member of the Infrastructure Committee. When we start saying that we are going to work on it, just the other day you were telling us that you don't have any money. Instead of saying it now, here, if Honorable Governor is here, I would be my witness. Even was up to say, Honorable Ministers, you betray us on the floor. You come here tell us you don't have any money to do any maintenance. When you reach on the Parliament, you start building and become generic. I think at this point, Madam Speaker,
we need clarification because they are saying they have not got any money from finance. Now that the parliament is here, who pretends over this bench, we get to know what exactly is going to be done, whether the funds should be placed away, or what we shall do today. Because as I talk to Madam Prime Minister, people are stuck. A fleet of vehicles, even the Minister of the ICT was informed this morning. Sure.
Honorable members, there is the other question where the honorable member is asking, legally, who is responsible for appropriation and review of the budgets? After the Appropriation Act is in place, does finance have powers to remove the money, to review the budget? Can I have a shadow minister then?
Right Honorable Speaker, the power to appropriate, which is done by passing the Appropriation Act that is subsequently assented to by the President, is by this Parliament. And once Parliament has passed the Appropriation Act and the President has assented to it, it becomes law. And for anybody to revisit that law in any way whatsoever, he or she must come back to Parliament in the form of an amendment bill for Parliament to amend that act. Once there is no amendment passed, then the minister or the permanent secretary whatsoever has authority to revisit what Parliament has passed.
Attorney General.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I agree with the legal interpretation of my learned friend, the member. However, I think we are mixing up two issues. There is the issue of cash flow. Once you have the appropriations bill and the act passed, then you have to determine how much money you have available. And the person who budgets then tells you, out of the 5 trillion that is required in this period, I only have 1 trillion. The law is silent on who does that, so the person in budget then determines what he apportions the different committees. It's not an amendment to the act, it's just a cash flow management issue.
What Attorney General is saying is one, that you must accept. There is no money. Now, the little money that is there, they are doing rearrangement, financial engineering. That is what is being done. But the issue of appropriation is on Parliament. What we have appropriated to different ministries must be given to different ministries once cash is available. That is what they are saying. Yes.
Honorable Speaker, I want to thank my landy friend also, the Attorney General. However,
honorable members, after being a teacher, he went for law. So he's a land friend.
I'm in argument with both of them, but there must be something the honorable member from Kinkizi is raising. And that's what we have to address ourselves into. If there's any cut or any change, let him inform us through right now, Speaker, what he's trying to say. Because that one we know, once we pass the budget, we are going to these quotas, but we are expecting to meet what was supposed to be given to that particular entity. And anything the honorable member was saying, the way I heard, as if he has evidence to this Parliament that their finance is changing what was appropriated. The moment that is done, then it becomes a regularity. So that's what I want to, right now, Speaker, to prove from the member. Otherwise, I want to thank my landy friend.
Finance.
Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much.
I thought he is answering to what is
You had allowed me, because you see, the trouble, once Parliament has passed the budget, and the lawyers can help me, when we are passing the budget, the Honorable Musasi indicated the sources of funding. Money we are going to borrow from domestic institutions, money that will come from outside, and money that we are going to collect as revenue. And they did, we passed the budget against that background. Madam Speaker, it will be bad manners on the side of Honorable Musasi and the ministry not to return to Parliament to say you passed this budget and these were the sources. This money cannot come from one or two of those sources. And then you revise. But the Attorney General, like the lawyers usually are, smartly saying it is cash flow. This is indiscipline. I am the one who authorized you to go and spend after you indicated the sources. If money is not coming, have the courtesy to return. Because even the budget laws are revised. You return and say the budget was 44 trillion. We are able to correct 27. Can we revise and then we have a budget revised? But you can't go there and sit and say because of cash flow, you are give you 1 trillion. Because of cash flow, that is indiscipline.
We are returning the budget under which law?
Of finance, when it comes to clarify here, also should synchronize his prior statement when he said that the issuance of money was based on the fiscal strategy. That one also, I want also to synchronize that fiscal management with the struggling infrastructure that we're talking about. If also that money was reduced to manage inflation, I need also to, because he mentioned it on the floor of the Parliament, you can even retrieve the answer. So we need to know exactly, because we need to get clear answers other than this ping pong.
Finance.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I agree with Honorable Wilfred Nwagaba on the powers of Parliament in as far as appropriation is concerned. However, Right Honorable Speaker, we manage the cash flow. We appropriate, like this financial year, the Appropriation Act gives us a figure of 48.1 trillion. The cash projection on a quarterly basis, like this quarter, we have 14.5 trillion. However, the cash available is 10.2 trillion. This 10.2 trillion is what we are supposed to reason with and see how best government can keep moving. Madam Speaker, this is Q1, and our budget is subdivided into 4 quarters. We are optimistic that as we go along, we shall achieve the objective of appropriation, and we shall achieve the objective of ensuring that all MDS get the necessary resources to keep moving. Lastly, the circumstances which Honorable Kaberuka raises and the road sector generally, we have realized an anomaly. And before this week ends, we are working around the clock to see that in the circumstances, we avail some resources to take care of the emergencies which are happening in the road sector, Madam Speaker.
Yes. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, you did direct the Minister of Finance having received the Attorney General's letter stating very clearly that we cannot overrule the constitutional provision, which states clearly that all money is collected, fines, fees, as per the road fund, should be put under the road fund. We are here again talking about the road fund, Right Honorable Speaker. The road sector. This funding to the road sector will continue for as long as we do not resolve that issue. The road fund was created specifically to deal with these issues of maintenance of the road sector and safety. Right Honorable Speaker, the directive given in this House was that by 30th of June, the Minister of Finance should bring here regulations operationalizing the road fund. It is now 2nd August, Right Honorable Speaker. Those regulations, today is 3rd. Those regulations have not been brought, Right Honorable Speaker. So is it not procedure right, Right Honorable Speaker, to direct the Minister of Finance to bring these regulations as directed to this House so that we can have the road fund operationalized as is in the Constitution, but also as per the Road Fund Act? Is it not procedure right, Right Honorable Speaker?
Of course, the minister is obliged to respect the decisions of Parliament and the constitutional requirement. So, Minister, what happened?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, when this matter was presented to this House, you referred the matter to the Committee on Finance, Planning and Economic Development.
Honorable Minister, there was a motion that was brought to this House, and it was shared by my colleague and gave you directives. Maybe you need to go back and check.
Madam Speaker, all these decisions were amalgamated and sent to the Committee on Finance. I appeared before the Committee on Finance yesterday. I gave my position, and the committee is in the process of reporting back to the House. I pray that.
And now, whom are you ordering? No, you just say you are giving information.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Matia Kasaija was in this House, seated there, and the instruction from the Speaker then was to get guidance from the Attorney General. The Attorney General wrote his letter, which was laid here on the floor. One of the ministers represent, I think the Honorable Matia himself is the one who laid the letter on the floor and actually committed to bringing the regulations to this House. About a week and a half ago, the Honorable Msasi was there. When the Honorable Speaker then, the presiding Speaker, the Honorable Thomas Taiwa, asked him to bring the regulations to this House, this matter was never referred to the Finance Committee. It's a constitutional matter. The Ministry of Finance should stop dilly-dallying, Right Honorable Speaker. We cannot continue talking about roads every other time when the Parliament then that came up with this Road Fund Act had a solution for the road sector. So we need to operationalize this Road Fund Act as is so that we get out of these problems of poor funding to the road sector.
And then report back tomorrow.
Madam Speaker, one point. On the regulations, what I presented to the committee yesterday, I made a commitment that we are preparing regulations. We shall take them to cabinet and then we shall lay them here.
Your Chair of Finance wants to say something.
Yes.
He wants to give you information.
Madam Speaker, we have a letter from the clerk referring this matter to the committee. and it's about the operationalization of the road fund. And we are processing the matter. But I think I can as well report, although it's going to be a verbal report. The bottom line, the ministry is saying that there is a problem operationalizing all other funds, and that in the circumstance, it's not going to be a special case for the road fund. And what they have told us is that they are going back to cabinet to discuss it and see what is it that they should, how they should be moving forward. I think that's the bottom line. There isn't much beyond that.
Honorable Maneno, give me a report tomorrow on what the directives that the presiding officer gave you. I need a report tomorrow on the directives that were given to your senior boss. Maneno? Members, let's be brief. We have very serious issues.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. For record purpose, I'm Maneno Zumra, the woman MP of Bong District. I rise on matter of national importance concerning the insecurity in Obong District. Obong District since last year, 2021, have been facing issues of insecurity concerning robbery. The robbers are armed. Some are speaking Kuku and Arabic language. They always come and rob village savings and loans association in Itula sub-county and the Palorinya sub-county. They robbed a group called Botimonye, 3 million. They robbed a group in Palorinya sub-county. 3 motorcycles were taken and 3.35,000 was picked from the group. There was also a case in Alibasa in Wapa sub-county, Alibabito Paris, where 2 people were shot and they sustained injuries. They were hospitalized in Arua Regional Hospital. The same scenario again happened in Palorinya, in Pasu refugee settlement, where a businessman was robbed 3.5 million. And this situation is alarming because these robberies are done with the guns, because the robbers come always with guns, they are armed. So, Madam Speaker, my prayers are information.
Can you finish, Maneno?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. My prayers are Obong District has a team police that is based in the district. I request the minister in charge to not 3 but 10 police numbers that are stations in the district. I request the minister in charge to allocate more manpower in Obong District. I also requested that the barracks that was established, the UPDF detached that was established in Mureria village and Kariparis will be replaced. And then I also request the government to deploy police officers in facilities that were constructed by UNHCR in the refugee camps. Lastly, I also request the office of the Prime Minister to take into account that the citizens' money are taken and it should be something so that their monies are funded back. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister of Internal Affairs. I have seen you somewhere there.
Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members, I've heard the concerns of the Honorable Member, and I request to take it up with her on the intervention she's seeking.
Thank you. Members will only have one. If the remaining ones will be handled tomorrow. Can we have a appeal somewhere?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise on the matter of national importance on the status of disbursement of the parish development funds. Last year, government allocated 17 million shillings per parish. However, some of the parishes had only part releases, while others did not have any releases. This year, 100 million has been allocated per parish to be distributed within 2 quarters, quarter 1 and quarter 3. And the rationale for quarter 1 was that it should be disbursed at the time when the rainy season is beginning. As we speak right now, the planting season has started. Funds have not yet been disbursed, and yet this is where we expected the farmers to be able to get better seeds, to improve productivity, high yields, to avoid the climate change that we are fighting about. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I would like, my prayer is to ask the Minister of Finance to give us a status on the disbursements of these funds. We want to avoid what has happened in the Operation Wealth Creation, where materials were coming in way after the planting season has started. Thank you.
Finance.
Madam Speaker, we are making arrangements to release the parish model funds. I will come back to this house with the details.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I have listened, Right Honorable Speaker, over the last couple of submissions by members that have to do with releases. Of course, for the Minister of Finance, convenience of a reply has been served. And Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to arouse the curiosity of this Honorable House to the problem in the regulations, specifically the public finance management regulations, in particular Regulation 14.2, that speaks to the powers of the Accountant General to release funds to entities every 3 months, and at every time the PSST pleases or determines for that matter. I think this is the regulation which finance is exploiting to frivolously make funds available. Right, Honorable Speaker, I think this house must interest itself. Regulations that relate to the Public Finance Management Act, so that Parliament has an input in the releases, in the management of the budget. Because once we pass the Appropriation Act, then finance can release money the way they want. And we have a duty to ensure that the budget performs. So for Honorable Musasi, I can understand. There is a problem. And what Honorable Speaker, it's because the regulations are so lax. The PSST and the Accountant General under Regulation 14.2 are at liberty to choose when and who receives. I believe we should interest the committee, or probably the Speaker will advise, to invite the Minister and look at the practicability of these regulations, the view of making the budget perform to the expectations of Parliament and the public. Otherwise, the Appropriation Act will remain a ritual for us to simply pass here, and then finance will choose how the budget performs. I find it problematic. You can actually substantially submit. I thought I should raise this for the attention of Parliament, because there is a problem, because the Minister will always convenient to respond.
Can we get a status report on PDM on how much money has been disbursed to parishes? Because we talked of 17 million. Over the weekend, I was in the village and they said they had gotten 6. Can we get a status report? No, can we get a status report on PDM? No. I am saying, can we get a status report? It may not be today. Can we have it on Tuesday? Let's have it on Tuesday.
Much obliged, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Semuju.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. for allowing me to raise a matter of privilege as I requested yesterday, and I'll be very brief. Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I am presenting this matter of privilege as a whip of the FDC. Right, Honorable Speaker, in the wee hours of Wednesday, to be exactly at 3 a.m., a night before the Sorot City by-election, without a court order as statutorily provided for, people, some of them dressed in police uniform, broke into the home of Honorable Anna Adeke Ebaju, woman member of parliament for Sorot district. They were accompanied by one Karangwa, believed to be an NRM chairman from Kayunga. This group cut padlock and door locks using welding and other machines. They were armed to the teeth. Before entering the sitting room, they showered the whole house with tear gas and pepper sprayed. They corroborated and later arrested everybody found at the home of Honorable Adeke, including the FDC president, Engineer Patrick Amriat, who was later driven to Dokoro, and he spent 3 nights in police cells. They also stole all the FDC polling materials, such as appointment letters, voter registers, and money meant to feed and transport polling agents. Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I invite this House to condemn this thuggery and criminality. The Honorable Anna Adeke, who is a member of this parliament, is also the FDC Deputy President for Eastern Uganda. Right, Honorable Speaker and members, that's how we woke up to participate in the by-election with our president behind bars and several agents together with polling materials all stolen. The FDC is a law-abiding institution. Despite what had happened to us in the wee hours of Wednesday, we sought to participate in the election. On the polling day itself, the FDC leaders became endangered. Honorable Sarah Isodoman MP for Ngora, a member of this parliament, was the next target. She was arrested at Arrowhead, where the FDC had deployed her, and even to Kyoga Regional Police Headquarters, where she was also detained. She was released the following day, and she is required to keep reporting to police. Honorable Joan Alobo, woman MP for to be NRM chairman for election something. The Honorable Nathan Nandala Mafavi, a member of this parliament, but also Secretary General of the FDC, has a harrowing story to tell. These vehicles were vandalized, their tires cut, with the aim of grounding him during this exercise. Right, Honorable Speaker, I am a whip of FDC. That is my job. Under the rules, I am supposed to be mobilizing members to come and attend parliament. These members now have to juggle their time between police reporting on flimsy charges. Madam Speaker, finally, and I have limited this to my job as a whip and members of parliament, I don't want to go into the incidents that happened during the elections, including a prime minister of Uganda bribing people in broad daylight. I am asking, Madam Speaker, for government to tell me whether it is a crime for MPs to go and canvass support for their parties and also to go and observe elections on behalf of their parties. Madam Speaker, I also seek guidance from you whether members of parliament should continue being helpless, being picked by some NRM chairman like this to happen under UPC. Suspects, and the one ordering for them to be picked is an NRM.
Thank you very much.
I am aware that UPC was one of the very good party, and at that time, how can you start giving an example of UPC?
Yes, Madam Speaker. The UPC has a record of being a very good government, which started this country, and everybody's up about that, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
Is it in order for my colleague, the whip of the FDC, to begin tarnishing the name of UPC, which was not
the good name,
and the good name of UPC, which did not participate in their so-called arrest? Is it in order?
of course, it's not in order.
Madam Speaker, I am sorry to the whip of UPC, but because in 80, I was 7 years old, I saw rebels, including Rebel Yoweri Museveni, going to Luwero to fight. And they said the reason they were fighting was because UPC rigged the elections. So if the Rebel Museveni and others lied to us,
You
I am sorry.
cannot afford to call the president of the country.
I'm talking about 1980. He was not a president. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, my prayer is for government to tell us whether it is now a crime. If you are a member of parliament and you can be arrested, including by unknown people, but accompanied by police. And also, Madam Speaker, finally, from you as our leader here, how can we get the MPs protected? Because if MPs, including one who is the area MP, if the Speaker can allow.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
I have not allowed the information. And what I want to tell you, I protect my MPs when they are in the premise of parliament. Nobody has ever been arrested when you're in parliament. So what you do outside there, if you're arrested, is not my responsibility as a speaker. Can you finish your report?
Madam Speaker, I have made the prayers, so I am done.
Honorable Semuju, were all these things reported to police?
Madam Speaker, the trouble, if your house is broken in by police, where do you go to report? That's why I'm reporting it to you for help.
More information.
You know the role of police to keep law and order. One, we need to report all these things because the touch of our MPs that is not correct. We need to report it to police and find out. You will find that maybe these people were not policemen. So, Attorney General, I want you to follow up on this, find out what could have happened to the members of parliament, and if it was the police that acted that way. And if they acted that way, that was not correct. So I need a report on that. I need a report on that, Attorney General.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm sorry, and colleagues. The report indicates that the president of FDC was in Honorable Adeke's house at 3 a.m. We are wondering what the president.
Honorable members. Honorable members. Attorney General, I've given you an instruction. Attorney General, I've given you an instruction.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I will follow up with Honorable Semuju and follow up on this matter.
Honorable Semuju, provide all the information, and then we find out what could have happened and how we can resolve this issue. We are in a multi-party system that we need to respect everybody's wish. Next item.
Procedure, Madam.
Item
Next
3,
item,
motion for a resolution of Parliament to appreciate His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda for the clear and precise exposition of government policy contained in the State of the Nation address to the Parliament of the Republic of Uganda on Tuesday, 7th June 2022.
honorable members, as you are aware, the President's address on State of Nation was at the beginning of the session of Parliament, and it is a constitutional requirement under Article 101, Clause 1 of the Constitution. On the 7th June 2022, His Excellency the President delivered his State of Nation address to mark the official opening. As you are aware, at the address, I drew to your attention Rule 10 4D, which requires members to listen to the address by the President in silence without a comment. Of the President's address will be accorded to members in the due course. Honorable members, the time has come to debate the presidential address on the State of Nation. I further wish to guide that after the motion has been moved before the floor, I will open the floor for debate. I will also accord the leader of opposition in Parliament an opportunity to officially reply the President's address, and that is pursuant to Rule 53(1) of the Rules of Procedure. I now therefore invite Honorable Emily Kugonza to move the motion.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. This is the motion for a resolution of Parliament to appreciate His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda for the clear and precise exposition of government policy contained in the State of the Nation address to the Parliament of Uganda on Tuesday, 17th June 2022. The motion is moved under Rule 56 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament. Whereas Article 101, Clause 1 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda requires the President to deliver to Parliament an address on the State of the Nation at the beginning of each session. And whereas His Excellency the President, in compliance with the requirements of Article 101, Clause 1 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, delivered the State of the Nation address to this Parliament at Kololo Independence Grounds on Tuesday, 7th June 2022, and we're aware that in his address to the nation, the President highlighted the challenges that faced the nation in the last financial year, 2021-2022, including rising fuel prices and commodity prices caused by the Russian-Ukrainian war. Recognizing that His Excellency the President informed the nation that due to the correct ideology of the national resistance movement, rejecting the sectarian ideas of the past actors, insisting on patriotism, Pan-Africanism, socio-economic transformation, and democracy, the country has attained middle-income status. Further recognizing that His Excellency the President informed the nation of the implementation of the parish development model, whose end result is tap into the production capacity of agriculture by relying on 7 high-value commodities, namely coffee, fruits, dairy products, poultry, pigs, fish farming, and food growing. Cognizant that in his address, His Excellency the President called upon Ugandans to fight corruption, which is the danger Uganda's rapid socio-economic transformation. Now, therefore, be it resolved by this Parliament as follows: that Parliament expresses its gratitude to His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda for his clear and a concise exposition of the state of the nation in the State of the Nation address to the Parliament of the Republic of Uganda on Tuesday, 7th June 2022. I beg to move.
Thank you so much, Honorable Emily Kugonza. Is the motion seconded? Seconded by Silwaji, Baroda, by everybody in the house. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to give justification for a motion for a resolution of Parliament to thank His Excellency the President of the Republic of Uganda for the eloquent and precise exposition of government policy contained in the State of the Nation address to the Parliament of the Republic of Uganda on Tuesday, 17th June 2022. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, in fulfillment of the constitutional requirement under Article 101, Clause 1 of the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda, the President delivered the State of the Nation address ahead of the opening of the second parliamentary session of the 11th Parliament. As is the practice of a working and functional government, the State of the Nation address that was delivered by the President of Uganda, His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni Muhaburwa, was not a wish list of laws to all lawmakers and the country at large on what to prioritize in the financial year 2022-2023.
2022.
During the State of the Nation address, the President informed the Parliament that government is set out to build an independent, self-sustaining, and integrated national economy by creating backward and forward linkages in our economy. The government will continue promoting the 4 NRM principles of patriotism, Pan-Africanism, socio-economic transformation, and democracy. On the economic front, the President urged Ugandans to join the 4 sectors of the economy, namely manufacturing, commerce, agriculture, ICT, and services. His Excellency the President informed the country that despite global, regional, and national challenges, our economy has continued to grow. The President highlighted at the time, Uganda's economy stood at US dollars 45.7 billion by the exchange rate method and US dollars 131.6 billion by the purchasing power parity method. This means that the GDP per capita is now at US dollars 1,046, hence surpassing the interest point for the lower middle income status. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, under commercial agriculture, the President emphasizes the development of mega irrigation schemes of the Mbuku type. Irrigation will enhance and stabilize agriculture productivity by immunizing it from the negative effects of erratic rainfall. Currently, 150 solar-powered water pumps have been imported. By the end of next year, 600, that is the current financial year, 687 solar-powered water pumps will have been imported. Meanwhile, our private sector is building a factory for producing solar-powered water pumps and panels. The factory will be ready by the end of this financial year, and it will continue to repair and expand also irrigation schemes and also will build new ones. As of now, the following irrigation schemes are ready: Wadelai in Pakwach, Mbuku in Kasese, Ngenge in Kwini, Doho in Butaleja, Rwengaju in Kabarole, Agoro in Kitugum, Olwenyi in Rira. Realization by COVID-19 and the Ukrainian crisis, Uganda had a surplus of sugar, maize, milk, chicken, eggs, bananas, cement, soap, beers, etc. The global crisis, therefore, presents Uganda with plenty of opportunities. The President emphasizes that Ugandans need to deal with the few quality and biohazard issues. Aflatoxins, for example, will be dealt with by proper harvest and drying methods, as well as the method of embracing biotechnology. In the financial year 2020-21, Uganda exported goods worth 1.3 billion to the East African community and US dollars 1.7 billion to COMESA, and US dollars 2.03 billion to continental free trade agreement areas. And as we speak, Algeria and Ethiopia have a market worth 1.124 billion and US dollars 30.473 million for dairy products. Cattle owners now need to tap these opportunities by vaccinating against foot and mouth diseases and contagious bovine pleural pneumonia at an affordable rate, and this has been done by government. His Excellency the President emphasizes the strategic need for value addition as a link between agriculture and industry. The government strategy is that anything agriculture that is not consumed fresh should be processed industrially so that it's preserved to reach distant markets through value addition. For example, a kilogram of coffee beans gives us United States dollars one. You are no United States dollars currently, but if processed, a kilogram fetches 14 US dollars. When a kilogram of coffee is roasted in London underground, it fetches about US dollars 30. $30. The president noted that this hemorrhage must come to an end. Right, Honorable Speaker, the president assured the country that government will successfully implement the Paris development model as an initiative aimed at to spring the nearly 39% of the households from a subsistence economy to a money economy. Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, His Excellency the President reiterated the correct strategy of the NRM of developing infrastructure, the roads, the railway, the electricity, the piped water, the telephone, the internet, etc. Good infrastructure reduces the cost of doing business and improves the country's competitiveness. On the cost of borrowing, the President noted that the government will continue funding the Uganda Development Bank so that it can give loans for manufacturing, agriculture, services like tourism, medical, and ICT at lower lending rates. This will indeed support import substitution, industrialization, and agro-industrialization, that is value addition for our locally made produce. Right, Honorable Speaker, on improving the legal regime in the country, the President informed the nation that a total of 62 bills will be introduced to Parliament during the second session. Lastly, I wish to thank the President, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni Muhaburwa, for the impressive socio-economic transformation which has been achieved under the NRM since 1986. It has awakened the Ugandans to meaningfully participate in wealth and job creation initiatives. More Ugandans are embracing the urgent need to integrate into the modern money economy, and this trend will continue. Right, Honorable Speaker, the month of securing the future of Uganda is so great a task for one to bet on. It's not a gamble and can only be entrusted to tested and experienced leaders like His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni and the NRM. I beg to move.
Thank you so much. Can I have the first seconder, Dr. Bukenya?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker and members, I stand here to second the motion as presented by my brother, Honorable Dr. Emily. Madam Speaker, you will note that on the date of the State of the Nation, a good number of our colleagues were not there. And you know, food is usually best eaten when hot. So, but now they are going to take the cold food. I hope they enjoy it. But in summary, I'm going to talk about one or two issues. Madam Speaker, the President emphasized a few things. The first one was that over the last 35 years, the NRM government has been building the Ugandan economy, and that is why, to a certain extent, the economy has been resistant to the several shocks that have been there, and it hasn't collapsed to date. And we thank the President for emphasizing that. Secondly, Madam Speaker, my brother talked about the pillars of the NRM. And as far as socio-economic transformation is concerned, the emphasis for this term or for this year is going to be on moving the 38% of the poor into the money economy. And I urge all my brothers and sisters to join and support government in implementing the parish development model. Another point, Madam Speaker, is on the issue of Pan-Africanism, where we are in a bid to first expand the East African community, and you've seen that, and that will help us access market and improve on the security. Madam Speaker, my second last issue will be on science and technology. The President emphasized the importance of science in the development of the economy, whereas the emphasis in the speech was on increasing the pay for scientists. I would like to first thank the leadership of this House for having gotten the wisdom to change the Committee of Science and Technology from a sessional to a standing committee. And this will give us a chance as parliamentarians to interface with the President and also interface with the different sectors and see how we can make science mainstreamed in all the aspects of the economy. Lastly, Madam Speaker, the President talked about value addition. And the issue of value addition has been very controversial here. Mainly on the issue of coffee. We all agree on the what, and the issue is on the how we are going to improve on the value of coffee. And I would like to urge you, Madam Speaker, through your leadership, to get this Parliament to work with the President and see how we are going to improve on the value addition idea of the President, such that Ugandans get the best deal out of this. Finally, Madam Speaker, we are experiencing floods in Bugisu region, and this is an issue concerning arising from environmental degradation. The President talked about the environment, and I think the President gave instructions on what should be done. And I would like to ask all members in this House to put the minister who is here to start implementing the directives of the President such that we save our environment and we cut the cost on what we are spending on disaster. Finally, I'd like to thank the President for the precise and concise manner in which he gave the State of the Nation address. I beg to move. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Honorable Sarah Netasile.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Sarah Kayagi Netalisire. I stand to second the motion that has been moved by my brother, Honorable Emily Togonza, in thanking the President as he fulfilled his constitutional mandate, Article 1011, in giving the State of the Nation address. Right Honorable Speaker, when the President was addressing the country, he began by quoting the Bible. And he quoted Matthew 7:24-27, where he was highlighting about the two men in the Bible, one being wise and one was foolish. And he went ahead and said that the wise man built his house on a solid ground and foundation. And even when the storm came, this foundation remained standing, his house. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to agree with the President that this country, Uganda, has experienced so many storms, but because it has been built on a strong foundation, it has been able to survive up to today. Right Honorable Speaker, he highlighted issues of terrorism, COVID-19. It's in this area, Right Honorable Speaker, that I want to appeal to all of us Ugandans to join His Excellency in ensuring that this foundation that has been, this Uganda that has been built on the strong foundation is sustained
and not destroyed. Right Honorable Speaker, we can achieve this by all of us looking in the area of corruption. Right Honorable Speaker, this is the challenge that we still have. This is the challenge that is still eating Uganda. And if we work together to ensure that all resources that are allocated are used, then we can achieve more and continue strengthening our foundation. On page 6, Right Honorable Speaker, the President hinted on the issue of surplus production, more especially in the area of agriculture. My brother doctor has just mentioned sugar. He also mentioned about eggs. He mentioned about maize and milk. Most of us who live in the areas where there is production, we have seen surplus which ends into wastage. If we continue promoting value addition, then we shall realize that most of our produces and our products that go to waste during bumper harvest are saved, Right Honorable Speaker. And therefore, I want to appreciate the President when he came up with the issue of value addition are not put to waste. Right Honorable Speaker, it's in this area that I want to implore the Minister of EAC that we can tap into the market of East African community if we positioned ourselves properly. We are getting a lot of imports that are coming in the country from our partner states, and yet some of our products have been rejected, or some of them have been given limited amount to be exported to the East African market. And therefore, with the Minister of EAC, we can tap into this wide market before we even go beyond. Right Honorable Speaker, on page 24, the President also talked about infrastructure development. And this was hinted on in a connection of linking the producer to the consumer. Right Honorable Speaker, in my area, Elgon sub-region, when it is time for harvest, the farmer is given very little pay for the produce that they have harvested. Today, when we drive along Kampala streets, people are buying 10 pineapples at 10,000. Now you look at the farmer who produced this product from where they are. If we improved on our infrastructure, then we shall save the farmer, but also save the consumer, who sometimes they pay higher costs because of the transport. And it is in this area, Right Honorable Speaker, that I want to implore the Minister of Works that there are some areas that may need the low-costing ceiling infrastructure development. For example, Right Honorable Speaker, in the area of Bukedea, area of Budaka, that Buked sub-region, when it rains in the mountains, whatever amount of gravel you put on the road, when the rains come, it will wash it away. So if we tarmac these roads with a low-cost ceiling program, we will save the money that we spend every year repairing the roads because we are putting gravel. The same thing, Right Honorable Speaker, is in the mountainous areas. Bugisu sub-region, the whole of it, Right Honorable Speaker, needs only 300 kilometers to have interconnectivity roads. And this is an area where we don't have gravel and the roads are all gravel. So I am imploring the Minister of Works to look into this idea as we support the President to achieve the infrastructure development. Lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, I want also to speak on page 38. The President talks about environmental conservation. My brother has just hinted on it. Right Honorable Speaker, on this floor of Parliament, you've hinted on the creation of the Disaster Management Commission. And yesterday, my sister, the Minister of Disaster, also mentioned about the Disaster Management 10-year plan. If we can have these two in place, then we shall avert so many issues of disasters that are happening. However, Right Honorable Speaker, I want also to implore the offices that are responsible for conserving the environment to help His Excellency the President in achieving this goal. When they are allocating these plots, they should also be realistic in giving the environmental assessment plans, the reports that they normally give. We saw on the screens, Sino is all flooded, and now the President has given an instruction to evict all of those that are in wetlands. I pray and I pray that the Minister of Environment and the agencies that are responsible for conserving the environment supports the President together with us to achieve this goal. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you and I second the motion.
Oh, thank you so much, Honorable Sarah. Honorable Court. Boniface. Okay, can we now have the reply first? Let's have the reply first. The leader of opposition has a right to reply under Rule 53. Then we'll open the debate. You will debate both the reply and then the motion.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, let me begin with a light note that in future the clerk should adhere to the Speaker's instructions and make the reply a matter substantive on the order paper. Otherwise, those who read history will imagine that the Speaker was cajoled, compelled, or twisted on a matter that is statutory, right, on the Speaker. So the Speaker will remind the clerk to put the matter substantively. But you draw that to the attention of the clerk. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Secondly, to allow me to officially communicate to the House with your indulgence that we have officially appointed Honorable Katavaz Francis, the Shadow Minister for East African Community Affairs. Honorable Katavaz is the Member of Parliament for Kalung East constituency. It can rise for the member's attention, him being a new member. He will be headlining matters relating to East African community. Right Honorable Speaker and members. That said, Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to report to the House that when the address was made by the President, the opposition officially boycotted the address. Officially means that the leader of the opposition ordered his troops to stay away as a matter of protest. And Honorable Speaker, a protest is a lawful activity. We did that exactly to express, first of all, our respect for the law, that we can stay away as a matter of protest, and we explained our stay to be a protest to the President and the executive because of the manner they have treated matters of human rights, especially the mistreatment of our comrades that were arrested 9 months ago. And up to now, Right Honorable Speaker, the state is very hesitant on moving to their full prosecution. I thought we need to explain that to the Parliament so that members can understand where we come from on these matters, Right Honorable Speaker. Having said that as a preamble, Right Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Rule 53 of our rules of procedure, I seize the opportunity to respond to the State of the Nation address delivered by the President on the 7th of June, 2022. First, Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to congratulate you, Right Honorable Speaker, and the members upon the commendable performance exhibited in the first session of Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, like we all know, at times we converged on and the occasions disagreed on a number of matters on principle. I celebrate the times when we build consensus, Right Honorable Speaker, and move together in the interest of our motherland. Right Honorable Speaker, I also like to congratulate members that have had election petitions upon statutory rulings that were in their favor. Of course, I extend my sympathies to those members that lost their seats and are waiting by elections. As the opposition, Right Honorable Speaker, and the comrades, members of Parliament, of course, we as the opposition still carry wounds with us in the manner upon which our colleague and comrade Honorable Atan lost his seat in Soroti. It is unfair that his counterpart in Soroti West constituency never lost his seat, yet both their constituencies were affected by boundary alterations. Right Honorable Speaker, it is further unfair for a member to be penalized for the inefficiencies of the Electoral Commission. This was compounded by the brutal force of the state earlier on talked about, Right Honorable Speaker, in the by-election of Soroti Municipality East. Of course, a ray of hope is drawn from the fact that I have heard from my FDC friends that they are going to contest that electoral outcome. I raise these issues, Right Honorable Speaker, in this partisan house because every one of us here is a potential victim of injustice in one or another, Right Honorable Speaker. I once again reiterate that there is need to amend the Electoral Commission Act to redefine the role of police and the military and other armed personnel during elections. The Electoral Commission should be solely in charge of and in direct command of the co-opted police and other internal security personnel deployed in electoral processes, not the other way around, Right Honorable Speaker. That paramilitaries would come and appropriate the role of the Electoral Commission. I thought that should be on record that we are very concerned. If there are members that are not concerned about is and will be that sooner than later it will claim more victims out of this place. Right Honorable Speaker and members, while the President complied with Article 101 of the Constitution to present the State of the Nation address, it fell short of the expectations of the citizens in as far as accounting for the performance of government is concerned. Instead, Right Honorable Speaker, the address, and of course I know members can bear witness, was loaded with Liberation War hangover, historical reflections, economic fascinations, and imperialism undertones, as we heard them. Citizens, Right Honorable Speaker. Of course, we all hate war, but nobody should pride in warmongering as an art. Right Honorable Speaker, as emphasized in the response that I delivered in August last year, we are convinced that the State of the Nation address should report on progress made in realizing the national objectives and directive principles of state policy. This is enshrined in the national objective and directive principles 1, Roman 2 of the Constitution. This principle dictates the expected structure of the State of the Nation address. Our response, therefore, will be delivered based on this constitutional structure. The very reason, Right Honorable Speaker, is because it is structured, it will be brief, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'd like to begin by speaking on objective 1, which is implementation of national objectives, which are well enshrined. And I'd like to invite members of parliament to make it your culture to get accustomed to reading the Constitution. It's not a preserve of lawyers, but every one of us can really be at par with the provisions of the Constitution, including the key tenets enshrined in implementation of national objectives, to which, as members of parliament, we are custodians. Madam Speaker and members, the reading, understanding, application, or interpretation of the Constitution or any other law, as well as government policies, is constrained by the veil of official language. Although the literacy rate, that is ability to write, read, and understand a simple sentence in a language, is 72% for adults and 76% for persons of 10 years and above. Many citizens lack the ability to access and comprehend policy, regulatory, and legal frameworks that are majorly published in English. The second official language of Swahili is also not comprehensible to many citizens. There is a cause of concern, Right Honorable Speaker, given the fact that only 40% of persons that have completed basic universal primary education are able to read and comprehend primary 2-level English stories. Besides, the efforts to translate the framework's constitution are progressing on a very snail pace. For instance, while the third schedule of the Constitution reflects 65 indigenous communities that have unique dialects, it has only been translated into 19 languages ever since its promulgation. This means, Right Honorable Speaker, that only 29% of these dialects are available in translation. Additionally, there are over 500 laws on the statute books of Uganda, but only 2 laws, i.e., Local Council Courts Act and Prohibition of Female Genital Mutilation Act, have been translated into 6 and 2 languages respectively. These inadequate levels of translation adversely affect civic engagement, influence, accountability of government policies, and ultimately service delivery. No wonder several citizens do not tune into national addresses, do not follow parliamentary debates, nor have a grasp of policies passed by cabinet. They require interpreters. Right Honorable Speaker, in line with Article 6.3 of the Constitution, an indigenous and official languages bill will be developed and introduced in Parliament, targeting educational, legislative, administrative, and judicial purposes. Right Honorable Speaker, the opposition is incubating that bill as a remedy. Right Honorable Speaker, objective 2, democratic principles. Right Honorable Speaker and members, the government style of the NRM regime is characterized by threats and coercion, other than accommodative engagements, which are expected in democratic dispensation. This has been exhibited in the conduct of elections, handling of grievances of public servants, and rebutting of political dissent, among others. As a result, Right Honorable Speaker, citizens are unable to fully participate in the determination of their leaders and influence matters that affect them. These have transited into authoritarianism and ultimately violation of human rights, as envisaged in the violence marred in the general elections as well as by-elections in Soroti, I don't have to mention, in Kayunga and Omoro. Citizens being abducted, illegal suspension of non-government organizations, as well as the shrinking civic space for the opposition and political parties. Worryingly, Right Honorable Speaker, the citizens' recourse in courts of law as a means of checking the excessive powers of government has also been held captive by the state. As a result, The judicial system is increasingly becoming opaque, less trustable, distant from the people from whom it derives judicial power, and closer to the rulers of the day. There is open expression of bias by some higher-ranking judicial officers, increasing rate of written other than all submissions in a bid to limit public scrutiny. Mr. Speaker, as a lawyer, when a judge says I'll entertain written submissions only, we understand its implications. The part of justice is scrutiny of the bearers of the wings of justice. And where it is curtailed and limited to written submissions, there is a problem. So we are very, very concerned because this negates of hefty bail terms in appeasement of the powers that be, illegitimate detentions in disguise of completing investigations, presidential discretion that facilitates appointment of regime cadres, judicial officers, and all attendant challenges. Regarding the principle of decentralization and devolution of powers, Madam Speaker, and functions, the decentralization policy is long overdue for review. It has been observed that currently government is largely enforcing a centralization policy, particularly in management of finances, procurements, and recruitment. This has incapacitated the functionality of local governments, which are the main anchors of the centralization policy and the last mile in service delivery. This prompted the opposition in the last session, right, Honourable Speaker, with your permission, to move a motion that was adopted by Parliament, urging government to reverse the directive requiring local government to remit all local revenues to the consolidated fund. It is yet to be ascertained whether the resolution has been adhered to. Right, Honourable Speaker, in compliance to Rule 220 of the Rules of Procedure, the Minister responsible for Finance should submit an action taken report on the resolution of Parliament in regard to local governments. Parliament should also demand for an update on the review of the decentralization policy in Uganda, which for us, right, Honourable Speaker, as the opposition, it is actually on the rails of the fossils of history, as no longer functional but dysfunctional. Right, Honourable Speaker and members, there is need to have constant focus on representation of the national character in government and its institutions. It is common in public discourse, right, Honourable Speaker, for aligning institutions to belong to persons originating from given regions of the country. So that 59% of heads of parastatals originate from Western region, followed by the Central region, and the Eastern region at 18%, while the Northern region came with the last with 2%. In terms of staffing levels, the Western region accounted for the largest portion, 35%, followed by the Central region at 27%, Eastern at 23%, and lastly, the Northern region at 15%. This most a time, right, Honourable Speaker, arises from identification of persons of authority originating mainly from particular region, respective of rank and file, officers having a national character. On other instances, the leadership levels may reflect national diversity, but the lower level staffing reflect regional imbalances. Right, Honourable Speaker, as a remedy, it is critical that the Minister of Public Service periodically tables in Parliament detailing the levels of reflection of national character and social diversity of the country. Otherwise, right, Honourable Speaker, some taxpayers could be inclined to believe that they do not have to subscribe taxes to government because they do not see representation out of what government does. 3, national unity and stability. Right, Honourable Speaker and members, the popular chants of political parties represented in this Parliament are so revealing regarding the aspects of national unity and stability. The mantra of the NRM regime, Tubonga Nawe, loosely translates we associate with you. This is individualistic in nature. It is targeting at praising and serving the ego of an individual ruler. This denotes a political environment in which citizens and institutions are subject to the whims of a ruler. No wonder there is massive institutional breakdown and proliferation of presidential directives that are illegally executed by timid civic and public servants. Right, Honourable Speaker, the approach of individualism has been extended to the response of government to issues that are threatening national stability. For instance, the country is faced with escalating prices, particularly of fuel and household items. These have led to financial insecurity of almost every household. This has contributed to increases in crimes such as theft, armed robbery, murder, illegal roadblocks across the country. Instead of advancing plausible interventions, the president has categorically stated that each citizen is on their own and they should not expect any assistance from government. Rather, the president urged citizens to pay taxes, which sustain him to empower the liberal market forces of demand and supply. This is utter insensitivity. No wonder, right, Honourable Speaker and members, the chants of the opposition point to the prevailing deficiencies and project aspiration of hope, liberty, and unity as they strive to attain a peaceful, secure, and stable political environment. For instance, people power, our power, for the National Unity Platform. One Uganda, one people, for the Forum for Democratic Change. Together in progress, for the People's Progressive Party, PPP. And the JEMA, JEMA 2 confesses power, people power, our power. This call for change chant continue to sound until a new, empowered, united, and fair Uganda is realized. Honourable Speaker, they can be negated, but they sound a very, very serious warning as to our sense of unity as a country, and they be only ignored at our own peril as leaders in this country. As a remedy, Honourable Speaker, the opposition will seek space on the order paper to present a statement on the current state of the economy. It will articulate plausible interventions that will support citizens in the current economic crisis and avert the imminent risk of national stability. Right, Honourable Speaker. Effort will also be undertaken in this session, right, Honourable Speaker, by the opposition to champion amendments to the Political Parties and Whatever Act, with emphasis on funding and facilitating civic engagement that will be spearheaded by political parties. Four, right, Honourable Speaker, national sovereignty, independence, and territorial integrity. Right, Honourable Speaker and members, I commend our men in uniform, our men and women in uniform, for defending the country. However, it is noted with concern that the government has disregarded the law on the deployment of the UPDF in the Democratic Republic of Congo. The Operation Shuja has never acquired parliamentary approval, and yet lives and public resources continue to be deployed in the offensive. Our men and women in uniform work amidst challenging working conditions and a desire to be motivated. Although government has committed in the medium term to enhance their salary payments, it should be noted that the arts-oriented officers will be discriminated against for priority that has been set on science-oriented officers. For instance, it was observed that out of a funding gap of 682 billion, a total of 73 billion has been indicated as full salary enhancement of UPDF scientists in the financial 2022-2023. Such discriminatory approaches are bound to raise disquiet in the forces and risk national insecurity. Right, Honourable Speaker, while this concern needs to be urgently addressed, there is a visible shift toward the security forces preserving the regime, and that is worrisome. This has diverted the forces away security of the nation. This is observed in the brutality inflicted on citizens through abductions by ununiformed officers, disruption of lawful assemblies, violence against journalists, and extrajudicial killings, among others. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Prime Minister has never reported on the extrajudicial killings of 2019 as directed by the Speaker. Hopefully, she will have courtesy without being compelled to report, without being demanded to do so to this House. Right, Honorable Speaker, unfortunately, these human rights violations continue unabated. This prompted the opposition to momentarily walk out of the plenary in protest, launch complaint registers to capture human rights violations in different parts of the country. Of course, we also unsuccessfully tried to censure the Minister of Security. Table in Parliament a list of missing persons and those killed by security forces. In addition, a statement was delivered demanding for remedial actions from government and a report of persons killed during the general elections campaigns. The matter was referred to the Committee on Human Rights in February 2022, and to date, no report has been presented to the House. The same committee has never presented a report on the inquiry into the allegations of human rights violations that marred the 2021 general elections. Remedy, Right Honorable Speaker, I implore you, Right Honorable Speaker, to use your prerogative to demand that the Committee on Human Rights is directed to present its report on human rights violations in the country at the next sitting. Otherwise, Parliament will be insensitive to the plight of the affected persons. Right Honorable Speaker and members, within this objective, there is a directive to the effect that the country should avoid undue dependency on other countries and institutions. Unfortunately, the country does heavily economically depend on other countries, donors, and lending institutions. For instance, out of the approved budget of 48.13 trillion for this financial year, domestic and local revenues project to only be 25.78 trillion, which is 54%, while the rest amounting 22.34 trillion, 46%, will be mobilized from borrowing and grants. To make matters worse, the domestic revenues cannot fund the entire current expenditure, which is 34.04 trillion. Furthermore, Right Honorable Speaker, there are programs in the approved budget for the financial year 2023 that will largely be dependent on external financing. These include sustainable urbanization and housing at 81%, sustainable energy development at 66%, and manufacturing situation is not any different within individual votes of ministries responsible for health at 86%, agriculture, animal industry and fisheries at 83%, as well as energy and mineral resources at 66%. Therefore, with these illustrated excessive levels of economic dependency, sustainable development cannot be guaranteed. The remedy, Right Honorable Speaker, as a means of addressing the escalating levels of borrowing, the opposition advanced alternatives to the Charter of Fiscal Responsibility that were adopted by the House. The alternatives were hinged on the principle that expenditure needs of government be targeted to which the minister was reporting about hitherto. Raise more revenues to increase expenditures and vice versa. This is meant to reduce dependency on borrowing. It is therefore critical, Right Honorable Speaker, that Parliament offers adequate oversight into the implementation of the Charter of Fiscal Responsibility. I hope the Minister, the Committee on Finance and the Committee on Budget will be able to patrol how this policy, this charter is implemented over the next financial years coming. Of course, we know it lasts at least 4 years. 5, Right Honorable Speaker, fundamental and other human rights and freedoms. Right Honorable Speaker and members, Objective 5, Roman 1 requires that the state provides adequate resources for effective functioning of institutions charged with the responsibility to protect and promote human rights. The lead agency of these matters is the Uganda Human Rights Commission, and it is facilitated by funds from the Consolidated Fund, right, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, only 10% of Ugandans are aware of its existence. This is not helped by the indifference and inaction of the Commission, even when it confirms occurrence of human rights violations, such as torture and political incarcerations, as was the case for the famous novelist Kakwenza Rukira Bashaija, Honorable Sawanyana Alan, and Honorable Segirinya Mohammed. Instead, when the Commission appeared before the Commission's chairperson insensitively downplayed complaints from human rights violations by state operatives as exaggerations. How unfortunate. The Commission is also slow in inquiring into human rights violations happening in the public domain on the assertion that it is awaiting formal filing of cases. This is not any different for those formally filed before it. For instance, in February 2022, a copy of a complaint filed in the Commission on 9 February 2021 by Ewan Namugumya Zainabu, a resident of Kimanya Kavonia in Masaka City, was laid in this house. She and her children sustained injuries due to negligence by the police. To date, her case remains uninvestigated and undisposed. The Commission had 1,827 cases, of which only 326 were investigated and disposed. This translates, right, Honourable Speaker, to a deplorable performance of 18% by the Commission. I don't know whether there's another meaning of failure. Remedy, right, Honourable Speaker. Given the fact that security forces are leading human rights violators in Uganda, it would be prudent that the Committee on Human Rights is transformed into an accountability committee, right, Honourable Speaker, and led by the opposition. This will ensure increased scrutiny and investigations into the management of human rights cases. This will be pursued through comprehensive amendments of the rules of procedure and engagement with the Commission and other key institutions of Parliament, right, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, this matter has been pending for a while, whether the Committee on Human Rights should be chaired by the ruling party and under the Commonwealth, which we share should be a part. It's unheard of, right, Honourable Speaker. I believe the next to the opposition, because accountability is not financial only, but we must also compel and demand for accountability for human rights. Right, Honourable Speaker. 6, gender balance and fair representation of marginalized groups. Right, Honourable Speaker and members, it is time for the citizens to have an honest deliberation on the level of representations in the country. While it is a constitutional obligation to ensure balanced and fair representation of marginalized groups, one cannot be oblivious of the justified sentiments about overrepresentation, particularly regarding special interest groups. Right, Honourable Speaker, besides, rarely do the special interest groups introduce in the Parliament business that specifically targets the concerns of the people they represent. To the contrary, some have been proud to pronounce themselves as listening posts. So, they are voted to merely listen, not to speak. No wonder the public is agitated by the administrative costs incurred for mere listening amidst a troubled economy. That, Honourable Speaker, we believe as the opposition that time is now to review this kind of arrangement, which is loose and does not really advance democracy and representation. Some people have argued that representation of special interest groups is an affirmative intervention that should be time-bound or cap the years of representation. Others urge that constituent age and professional trade, they can represent interests of women, youth, elderly, and workers. These are fair options that need an extensive discourse. However, each time a motion for review of representation in Parliament is introduced as per Article 78(2) of the Constitution, there is no commission study or report to inform decision-making. As a result, there is a risk of sentimental approach in deciding the motion. Remedy, Right Honourable Speaker. Given the fact that the Constitution has been operational for 26 years since promulgation on 22nd September 1995, is long overdue for a review. Aware that we are in a multi-party dispensation, when constituting a Constitutional Review Commission, consideration should be taken to appoint at least a representative from each of the political parties represented in Parliament, Right Honourable Speaker. So that this review provides for the face of the country and the diversity in opinion there is, Right Honourable Speaker. And I hope this will be part of the first tasks of the new Minister of Justice and Constitutional Affairs before his hands dry. 7, Right Honourable Speaker. Protection of the aged. Right Honourable Speaker and members, this objective stipulates that the state shall make reasonable provision for the welfare and maintenance of the aged. While effort has been taken to promote the dignity and welfare of the aged through interventions such as social assistance grant for empowerment stage, more is still desired to adequately address the vulnerabilities that they are exposed to. Nevertheless, in each financial year, it is one of the programs that is underfunded and characterized by arrears. It is saddening to watch the elderly lament for arrears arising for a modest monthly grant of 25,000. What a shame. 25,000 in arrears. Whereas government has argued that the aged can benefit from other programs focused on health, water, and education, among others. These do not deliberately target them. Hence, many continue to live in conditions bordering on negligence. At the watch of the state, many are sliding into age-prompted but preventable disability, living in dilapidated structures, losing their property to land grabbers, and exploited by scrupulous people due to dementia. At a risk of 1.91 million households that have at least one elderly person. Remedy, Right Honourable Speaker, the opposition will present a policy paper for consideration of the House on a holistic social security and protection system targeting every citizen other than the elderly alone. Nevertheless, as a matter of urgency, measures to protect the property of the elderly, particularly land, ought to be undertaken. Land is the most valuable asset and the foundation of the livelihood of the aged. The Land Act should be amended to introduce provisions that safeguard the interest of the elderly by restricting transfer of their land, as the case is for family land, Right Honourable Speaker, because we believe they are badly exposed. 8, Right Honourable Speaker, process for organs of government. Right Honourable Speaker and members, while adequate funds have been provided in the approved budget for the functioning of the executive, legislature, and judiciary, access to the fund is hampered by releases by the Ministry of Finance. For instance, in the just concluded financial year, functioning of parliamentary committees was constrained through suppressed releases. It is common knowledge, Honourable Speaker, that the executive, particularly the president, has greater leverage on all arms of government. The leverage is mainly drawn from budget development powers and Article 155(2) of the Constitution. The president also exploits appointment powers drawn from the Constitution to influence operations of the judiciary and partly authority to influence who takes up leadership in Parliament. These have led to infringement on the doctrine of separation of powers, as well as the attendant checks and balances. Solution, Right Honourable Speaker. I would like to salute members of the ruling party with standing pressure from the president and sided with the citizens when unanimously recommended for the termination of the Viench Coffee Agreement. It was also gratifying that irrespective of our shades of opinion, the House rejected the proposal to acquire preferential shares in Local Construction Company Limited before undertaking due diligence. May we continue to be united in pursuit of national interest, Right Honourable Speaker. That is why I earlier on said, Right Honourable Speaker, that we need to review the regulations on the Public Funds Management Act to follow up budget performance in this country. Otherwise, we shall be passing the budget for the president and the presidency and without having citizens acquire services, Right Honourable Speaker, yet money is voted. 8, the right to development. Right Honourable Speaker and members, in order to facilitate this rapid and equitable development, the state shall encourage private initiatives, self-reliance and among citizens. For the indigent and vulnerable persons and households, the state is obliged to meet their needs and narrow disparities in the populace. Unfortunately, the time that the NRM has been in power, income inequalities are widening in the country. The recently published National Household Survey 2019-2020 revealed that 1 in 5 people live in poverty. Persons in absolute poverty have increased from 8 million to 8.3 million. 3.5 million people are living below the food poverty line. Rural poverty is twice higher than urban poverty, and the share of the population of households with heads not working has increased from 9% in 2016-17 to 19.6% in 2019-20. Almost half of the population, i.e. 49.2%, earns less than 150,000, and only 1% of the adults in Uganda earn $1 million a month. Right Honourable Speaker, thousands of citizens have degenerated from peasantry to starvation, particularly in Karamoja. And with such indicators, it's no brainer that Uganda is far away from being a middle income status country. Did I hear the move of the motion speaking about middle income status? 9, Right Honourable Speaker. The role of the people in development. Right Honourable Speaker and members, this objective obliges the state to involve people, citizens and non-citizens, in both formulation and implementation of government interventions that affect them. Most times, the people are engaged in implementation but not formulation of laws, development plans, and programs. This has been envisaged in the programs such as EMIOGA and the Parish Development Model. Consequently, this detaches the people from government and deprives them of their role in development of the country, yet it's their right. In a bid to reclaim their right to participation in development, citizens have challenged the government in courts of law. One such case was the monumental challenging of the electricity establishment and management of the Rural Electricity Fund of 2020. It was successfully argued that the instruments that were developed without due consultation of public and private stakeholders was illegal. The instrument was invalidated by court, which also cancelled the government. That's not the repository of ultimate wisdom and ought to learn from the public. Right Honourable Speaker, a bill on public consultation will be pursued by the opposition in a bid to give effect to the provisions of the National Objective 10 of the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, as I try to summarize,
Hello, try to summarize. We'll upload this in the
yes,
your
right, Honorable Speaker.
laptops. And we'll also defer the debate to tomorrow so that you're able to understand the two.
Very,
And
very
so
important.
that you come and debate from a formed point of.
Thank you. Let me try to summarize, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on balanced and equitable development in the country. Honorable Speaker and members, various parts of the country have stagnated in development without any clear agenda to rejuvenate them. Uganda's naval development over the years has occurred in patches in a way that is highly imbalanced and inequitable as far as Uganda's regions are concerned. This has been affirmed through the recently launched Multidimensional Poverty Index of 2022. It highlights that the areas of Karamoja, Acholi, Lango, West Nile, Kigezi, Bunyoro, and Toro have the highest incidence and intensity of poverty. They are deprived of schools, toilet facilities, electricity, housing, and financial services. Surprisingly, Honorable Speaker and members, these areas have for long been beneficiaries of affirmative programs such as Northern Uganda Rehabilitation, Karamoja Affairs, Wenzo, and Bunyoro Affairs, irrespective of the years of implementation. The affirmative programs in these areas have remained deprived. There is a clear indication that the affirmative programs are ineffective. Remedy. At an appropriate time, Honorable Speaker, the opposition will seek space on the order paper to present position paper on affirmative programs. The motion will also be moved urging government to present a roadmap of developing and implementing a physical planning framework, because the kind of framework is a movement in the dark. That's why programs come and leave the people worse off. I hear a member presenting a motion urging government to provide a remedy to poverty in Northern Uganda 2 weeks ago, which we all recommended and supported. That actually, right, Honorable Speaker, is a vindication of this program. Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm skipping some areas to be able to bring members to speed. Right, Honorable Speaker, on protection of natural resources. Right, Honorable Speaker and members, the Constitution obligates government to hold in trust for the people and protect land, natural lakes, rivers, wetlands, forest reserves, national parks for the common good of all citizens. This is what is termed as public trust doctrine. However, it is evident that government has abdicated this responsibility and abused the trust bestowed upon it by the Constitution. Under the watch of the NRM government for the last 30 years, almost every critical aspect of the environment has degenerated. For instance, wetlands cover has reduced by a half, from 16% in 1990 to 8%. And the forest cover has reduced by 3 times, from 24% to 9%. It is disheartening that this degradation has been facilitated by the weak regulatory framework and selective enforcement by institutions such as NEMA and NFA. For instance, regarding wetlands, they have been prone to issuance of titles and weak or selective enforcement. This has been evidenced in the implementation of the recent government policy of banning rice growing in wetlands. While, for instance, rice farms in Otuke were slashed, while in Ruera wetland, they continue unabated, pure double standards. Remedy. The provision in section 51 of the National Environment Act should be operationalized by declaring conservation areas in every region of the country. This will buttress the legal protection of the fragile ecosystem. Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, let me speak about recreation and sports. Honourable Speaker and honourable members, join me in celebrating our gallant sportsmen and women across all disciplines that have excelled in several fora. A few days ago, the country was enchanted at the masterclass performance of Joshua Cheptegei. Of course, we can't forget Victor Kiplagat and Jacob Kiprimo, Oscar Cherimo, and others. Honourable Speaker, I do offer my congratulations for this achievement. They have flown the flag of our motherland with the honor and earned us accolades. Now the routine of pledges and tribute ensures. There is a motion coming, I know, in the coming days to that effect. Right Honourable Speaker and honourable members, it is high time the bar is raised to develop a structured reward framework as a benchmark of rewarding our sportsmen and women. Given the years and numerous times that the government has committed to develop a framework and failed, this House of Representatives ought to take up the mantle. Secondly, many of the sportsmen and women have excelled largely at their own effort with minimal support of government. They are either self-made or accidental liberations to the sporting administrations in the country. They largely incur huge expenses on accessing liquid sports infrastructure and expert trainers. While the private sector has endeavored to develop a few facilities and trainers, their footprint is limited. Nonetheless, entrepreneurs have ventured to fill the gap, are appreciated, and implore government to act in haste to address the sorry state of sports system and the public sports infrastructure across the country. Let me direct on the Speaker from the opposition. The bill will be pursued to amend the National Council of Sports Act to address administration, rewards, and infrastructure gaps in the sports industry. Honourable Speaker, second last, education. Honourable Speaker and members, while the Constitution compels government to promote free and compulsory basic education, it is undisputed that this aspiration is yet to be achieved. At all levels of education, the government has been outpaced by the private sector, which includes individuals, religious bodies, cultural institutions, and other non-governmental bodies that it inadequately regulates. For instance, pre-primary schools are outrightly privately owned. At primary level, there are 12,491 government schools and 222,575 private schools. At second level, there are 1,796 private schools at second level, as well as at tertiary level. There are 471 government tertiary institutions and 1,149 private tertiary institutions. Honourable Speaker, unfortunately, the quality of education in most government institutions is inferior to that of private institutions. Government institutions have literally aspired and achieved the constitutional minimum target of basic education. This has prompted parents and guardians to prefer enrolling their children in private institutions as a means of securing their education empowerment. Due to the competitive nature of the private sector, quality is a daily aspiration that is delivered at a cost. Hence, parents and guardians must grudgingly accept to pay prohibitive fees. These have contributed to the declining completion of rates of students, progress to higher levels as well. For instance, the completion rate of primary level is 60%, as compared to ordinary level at 35%. The situation is worse in special needs schools that target persons with vision, walking, and cognitive difficulties. This is an indictment of government's failure to ensure that provision of quality education is affordable to all citizens. Attempts to regulate exorbitant school fees through issuance of guidelines and circulars by the Ministry of Education and Sports have failed to curtail them. The remedy, Honourable Speaker, an appropriate time the opposition will seek space on the other paper to present a policy position on the cost of education in Uganda. Probably the sleeping regime will rise and do something about this problem. Right, Honourable Speaker, on medical services. Right, Honourable Speaker and members, in 1999, the government developed and adopted the National Minimum Health Care Package. It has been operational for now 23 years and is the basis for the country. The package mainly prioritizes malaria and HIV and tuberculosis. However, of late there are new emerging and widespread diseases such as diabetes, high blood pressure, cancer of the minimum package. Hence, the need for a comprehensive review of the package. Right, Honourable Speaker. Right, Honourable Speaker, relatedly, there is still a challenge of low access to health care, with 83% of Ugandans reporting unavailability of medicines or supplies. 50% assert that there is long waiting time at health facilities. 47% are concerned about limited range of services, and 42% complain of long distance to health facilities, and 42% relied on out-of-pocket payment. Absence of universal health insurance coupled with low coverage of private health insurance of the population, several Ugandans are unable to access quality medical care. Our approach it is the conservative view of the opposition that the Uganda minimum health care package is reviewed, and instead of constructing new health centers, efforts should be undertaken to ensure that existing ones are fully functional and offer the best services. Right, Honourable Speaker, my Minister of Health is ready with a package of approaches, and with your permission, it will be presented to be able to facilitate our satisfied neighbors across your right, Honourable Speaker. Right, Honourable Speaker, I'll speak about accountability last. I know these members are very ardent readers, they will read and they will debate this statement. Right, Honourable Speaker, on accountability, many times, political and public officers are held accountable for the resources entrusted to them. Rarely are they held answerable to the people they serve. In this regard, the barazas organized by the Office of the Prime Minister were a good approach of holding public officers accountable by the beneficiaries of development programs. However, RDCs fused politics into them, thereby defeating their purpose. Regarding political leaders, they are mainly held accountable through democratic approaches, that is, voting out non-performing leaders. However, this happens only once in 5 years and presupposes free and fair elections. The latter is an aspiration that is yet to be actualized in Uganda. All our past elections, Honourable Speaker, are characterized by violence and state persecution of opponents. In the alternative, as a means of ensuring elected leaders are held accountable on a daily basis, citizens have resorted to activism to expose their grievances, take abuse of public offices, and fight corruption. Though activism is lawful under Article 29 of the Constitution, the regime has resorted to forceful and violent prosecution of aggrieved citizens. Irrespective of their approach, corruption keeps escalating each year that passes by and remains a hallmark of the NRM regime. The vice costs the country 9.14 trillion annually. This is higher than the budget allocations for any of the programs for the financial year 2020-2023. While effort has been undertaken to estimate the cost of financial corruption, the escalation of political corruption remains unchecked and the costs undetermined. For instance, the president uses his powers to appoint some opportunist positions in the government. This too translates into a burden of the public resources through entrenching of self-importance and self-enrichment, grand posturing, and increasing the dysfunctionality of institutions. I don't have to mention the names, right, Honorable Speaker. You know some hunger zones that are thriving on the taxpayer. Cut us off the presidential magnanimity. Our remedy, with the support of the Parliamentary Commission, accountability committees will seek to pilot and prioritize dedicated engagement of intended beneficiaries of government programs and project that they are reported on the Auditor General and of projects that are reported by the Auditor General. This will widen the scope of investigation beyond the tradition of engaging public officers and political leaders. In effect, the connection with the citizen will be enhanced and affirming the aspirations of the people, a people-centered parliament. Honorable Speaker, the point we are making here is that we intend to interact with the victims of corruption. Parliament only interacts with the culprits of corruption, but the victims are never given a space to express how they have suffered at the hands of the corrupt. We seek space, the support of the Commission, that the Parliament will have a platform to engage the victims of corruption across the country. Honorable Speaker, on page 24, I have expressed our priorities in the second session, including but not limited to the intended constitutional amendment bill, including what we have already tabled as the private members bill in the corporate and neighboring rights amendment bill. We have a contract farming bill in the pipeline. We have a land and agricultural banking bill in the pipeline. We have an indigenous and official languages bill. Of course, political parties and the Organizations Act Amendment Bill, the National Council of Sports Amendment Bill, Public Consultations Bill, Consumer Protection Bill, Education Amendment Bill, Disaster Preparedness and Management Commission Bill, right, Honorable Speaker, among others. Right, Honorable Speaker, I'd like to thank you for the time and members for their patience. Of course, 25 shows the work we have done up to 26, which was no mean feat for the opposition, and especially for NUP, a young party in the political arena, leading the opposition for the first time. I would like to thank Parliament and members across the aisle for affording us the space and the courtesy to agree and disagree, but with decorum for many a time. It should be the sine qua non for the way we engage over time and allow our duty to be reciprocal, but to be truthful. The disagreement should be our daily menu, but at the end of the day, we have a duty, an eternal duty to legislate for posterity. I thank you, Honorable Speaker and honorable members. I submit.
Thank you so much, Leader of Opposition, for your statement. Honorable members, I urge you to go and read those two statements, the presidential address and then a response from Locke, and then we'll debate tomorrow. I'll give 1 hour for debate, and the debate should be from a formed point of view after you've looked at all the statements. So we refer this debate to tomorrow. Next item.
Item 4, motion for reconsideration of the Mining and Minerals Bill 2022 as returned by His Excellency the President.
Honorable members, as you are aware, as you recall, on Wednesday, 20th July 2022, we stood over the consideration of the Mining and Minerals Bills as returned by HE the President, pending harmonization of proposed amendment to Clause 8. For purpose of this harmonization, I appointed a team comprising of the chairman of the Committee on Environment and Natural Resources, the Minister of Energy and Mineral Development, Honorable Katuntu, Honorable Nalule Aisha Kawanda, Honorable Nandala Nathan Mafavi, Honorable Mwanga Chivumbi, Honorable Nsamba Patrick, Honorable Nwagaba Wilfred. and Honorable Bahati. The harmonization process was supposed to last for 2 days. I therefore seek for an update from the harmonization process. And remember, that bill must be returned back in 2 weeks' time. We've run out of time. We must finish that bill today, and it goes back. I now therefore call the Minister of Energy to come and present. Otherwise, we are ready to resume the discussion which was at committee stage. Honorable Minister. Yes, there's a procedural matter.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as we consider this matter, still under Article 91, we are having a matter as public service and local government that this House passed the market bill. And up to this day, Madam Speaker, we've not yet received any communication, and still this matter was handled on 15th February 2022. Through your chair, Madam Speaker, can we assume, and will it be procedure right, this House takes it that we already have an market act in place, being that the 30 days have already passed? Today we are seeing several local governments are struggling to have ordinances about the markets and the bylaws. Is it procedure right, Madam Speaker, through you, that we assume that we are already having an act in place? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Attorney General.
Right, Honorable Speaker, if you could just give me 5 minutes to step out and find out what the status is. As far as we're concerned, all the bills have been returned though.
Actually, this morning I called the office because the move of the motion that time came to my office. I called the office and I was told that the bill was misplaced. And they needed me to send more 10 copies.
My sincere apologies about that, but I can go and find out exactly what happened. Right, Honorable Speaker, as you may appreciate, the moment the bill is completed here in the House, the Office of the Attorney General does not quite interact with it. It moves from the House to the President's office, and we just have to keep following up on it. Well, if you allow me just 5 minutes to go and find out what the status is, come back and report the House.
Thank you. So, Minister of Energy.
Right, Honorable Speaker, as you did direct, we did the harmonization and we did agree that we move with the bill, which was at the consideration stage, so that we come and continue with this bill.
Thank you, Leader of Opposition.
Right, Honourable Speaker, thank you. I think the initial act of the presiding officer allowing for standing over that clause was very important. And the House should acknowledge the fact that the smaller view at times can be the better view, and we should learn to listen. My team has reported that harmony was attained, and that the schedule as agreed on to from the minority is a workable schedule, and therefore there's no need for acrimony. The only little bit that probably I think which is a latter harmonization was on the minister returning to Parliament wherever he or she desires to amend the regulations, because keeping the citizens active and involved will depend on how the regulations are framed and whether the minister has powers to sit in their office and amend them conveniently without the knowledge of Parliament. I've been advised that has been harmonized, that wherever there is a need for change of regulations, the minister must return to Parliament. And the fact that the schedule protects artisan miners, who are the majority of citizens. And largely, Mr. Speaker, the country, Uganda, is an artisanal mining country for the bigger part. For us, that comforts us, and we can move with amendment, right, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much. So we go ahead with the committee stage.
Bills.
And honorable members, when we agree as a house, I want to request my very good friends from opposition not to start treating that they have won. Nobody is a winner in this house. We have all won. We have all succeeded.
Bills committee stage. Clause 8.
Chair.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg for your indulgence that as I proceed on with the amendments, I first of all lay on table the minutes of the proceedings and the report of the committee. Thank you, Right Honorable.
Please lay.
Right Honorable Speaker, on amendment of clause 8, after harmonization, we are proposing to substitute the definition of large-scale mining to read as follows. Large-scale mining means the intentional mining of minerals in mechanized operations involving the excavation of large surface pits, sinking of shafts, driving of adits and other underground openings with the limitations to the extent of the mining operation dictated by the extent of the ore body and the capital investment threshold prescribed in Schedule 3. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the other amendment on clause 8 is by inserting a new definition of capital investment to read as follows. Capital investment means the capital necessary to bring the mine into production or such other amount as may be prescribed. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, the justification for these two amendments is that determining the thresholds based on capital investment is a more stable factor as opposed to our production volumes for the following reasons. The nature of mineral deposits vary within different groups and ore is produced in different volumes. For example, base metals such as copper, zinc, lead, and nickel are produced in high volumes, whereas metals such as wolfram or tungsten, as it is otherwise called, and cassiterite or tin, as it is called, are produced in low volumes. Therefore, it's not ideal to prescribe the same threshold of production volumes for different minerals. Secondly, the estimation of threshold based on annual ore volumes is constrained by a number of factors such as availability of resources, the nature of mineralization, that can actually be either a massive deposit or disseminated or low grade or in what is sometimes described as vein deposit. And the technology applied at the time, which may change from time to time, the required level of operations. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, regional best practices show that it's more efficient to classify the different mining licenses based on the expected capital investment. We have conducted this desktop benchmarking on Tanzania, Ghana, and Sierra Leone. And these countries define the level of mining based on the capital investment. The proposal of a definition of capital investment is therefore consequential as we proposed on Part B, based on the definition of large-scale mining. Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, I beg to submit.
Honorable Minister.
The honorable members agreed.
Thank you. I put a question at clause 8 as clause 8 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say unto the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 8 as amended.
I put a question that clause 8 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say unto the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 31.
Clause 31.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, we are proposing that we amend clause 31 by substituting subclause 7 with the following. For avoidance of doubt, competitive bidding shall not apply to areas under a mineral right, except for a mineral right held by a state-owned enterprise. The justification for this proposed amendment is that the bill, as passed by Parliament, empowers the minister to announce areas open for bidding for an exploration license, medium-scale license, or a large-scale mining license. It further states that under a mineral right. The exemption would prevent government from applying competitive bidding for licenses under control of government, like Kilembe mines. The proposed amendment, therefore, will enable government to use competitive bidding for licenses under its control. Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, I beg to submit.
Honorable Minister.
Agreed.
I put a question at clause 31. 7. The ayes have it.
Clause 31(7) as amended.
I put a question at clause 31(7) as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say unto the contrary nay. Honorable members, this bill was debated upon all the clauses. We are only looking at a clause which was clause 8. The rest are consequential. Next.
Clause 33.
Right Honorable Chair. On clause 33, we are proposing to amend subclause 6 by substituting the words may appeal against the decision to the tribunal within 30 days of receipt of the decision, with the words may appeal to the High Court within 30 days of receipt of the decision. The justification Right Honorable Chair and honorable colleagues, is yes, the justification is that the establishment of a tribunal is contrary to government's ongoing process of rationalizing and merging of agencies. And since the High Court has power to handle such grievances. Right Honorable Chair and honorable colleagues, we are also proposing under clause 33 to delete subclauses 7 and 8. And this is consequential because we have already moved away from the issue of a tribunal. So those other clauses should be deleted consequentially. Right Honorable Chair and honorable colleagues, I beg to submit.
Minister.
Right, Honorable. This was harmonized agreement.
I put a question at clause 33 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 33 as amended.
I put a question that clause 33 as amended. As amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say the contrary nay. The ayes have it. A new clause.
Right Honorable Chair.
There is no rubber
We are
stamping.
proposing to
Honorable members, there is no rubber stamping here. We debated on this bill for almost 8 hours. And if we are looking at only what was returned.
Right Honorable Chair, thank you.
Is the leader of opposition consented on the whatever.
Right Honorable Chair.
Learn to respect your leader of opposition.
I appreciate your wise guidance and I'm proceeding. A new provision, we are proposing to insert a new provision numbered under cross-heading large-scale mining license immediately before the provision on applications for large-scale mining licenses to read as follows. Cross-heading 59, threshold for large-scale mining license. The threshold for large-scale mining license is prescribed in schedule number 3. Also, we are proposing to renumber the provisions accordingly. The justification is that these are consequential amendments. Right Honorable Chair and honorable colleagues, I beg to submit.
Hello? Minister first.
I do.
Honorable Love has something.
Two issues, right, Honorable Speaker. One, to ask the Land Attorney General, who is my senior, to confirm that the description of artisanal miners in the schedule, which is 4 in the logo frame, confirms that the interpretation would be that it begins from $1 US, because it says up to 100,000. Would the interpretation mean from 1 for the comfort of the house and those who intended to legislate for artisanal miners initially?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. It doesn't necessarily mean 1. It means from a capital investment. So it could be an investment of 0.76 cents. It could be, so long as there is capital investment. So we must see a capital investment of whatever amount up to 100,000. Thank you.
That is very okay. I thought I should seek that because the layman's interpretation was that it is meant to begin from 100,000 and the record needed to capture you. The intention of the legislator should be properly captured. The second concern is with the honorable member, right honorable speaker. I seek your indulgence that he clarifies his concern, Honorable Nguzli, on a subject matter of large scale. He had a matter of environment that he thinks.
Thank you, Mr. Lop, for the opportunity.
It is not Love who has given you opportunity. It's not the chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity. Actually, I wanted to draw the attention of the House to the fact that there can be mining in environmental sensitive areas. For example, in forests, in wetlands, which global standards regard as large-scale mining. And this has not been captured in the definition of large-scale mining. The harmonized position only pays attention to the capital cost, and yet the cost could be linked to what kind of impact a particular mining activity will have on the environment. So it's very, very important that we address ourselves to what implication a particular mining activity will have on the environment to qualify it as large-scale mining without necessarily limiting the definition to capital investment. Thank you.
Honorable member, I want you to look at the NEMA Act. The NEMA Act caters for all the aspects of mining in terms of petroleum and that kind of thing. Maybe the Land Attorney General has something else to say.
Yes, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Actually, Section 4 of the bill, which is not the subject of debate today, addresses that and requires you to comply with all the NEMA obligations. And the SCR, what you're talking about is that the environmental social impact assessment will tell you if the required capital investment for restoration of environment is greater than 0 or greater than 100,000, and therefore that will be taken into consideration in your capital investment. If you're making a proposal for mining, and one of the things that you are required to do is provide that impact assessment. And that impact assessment for mining and oil and gas requires you to tell the country that you shall put back, you shall restore the environment. And if the requirement for restoration is greater than 100 million, then you're large-scale mining. So that is how it is considered. I thank you. Submit.
Thank you so much. I put a question that a new clause being inserted as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 71.
Is a consequential amendment. 71.
Right, Honorable Chairperson. Clause 71, we are proposing to amend by substituting sub-clause 1 with the following. 1. The threshold for medium-scale mining license is prescribed in Schedule 3. Justification is that it is consequential. Madam Chair, I beg to submit.
Honorable Minister.
Proceed. Aye.
I put a question that clause 71 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 71 as amended.
I put a question that clause 1 as amended stands part of the clause 71 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 83.
Right, Honorable Chairperson, we are proposing to substitute the text
Members,
in
clause 83 is also a consequential amendment.
In clause 83, we are proposing to substitute the text of the provision to read as follows. The threshold for small-scale mining license is prescribed in Schedule 3. The justification, as you rightly pointed out, Right Honorable Chair, is that it is consequential. Right Honorable Chair, I submit.
Honorable Minister.
Already foretold what I will say.
I put a question that clause 83 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 83 as amended.
I put a question that clause 83 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 287.
287 is equal or consequential.
Right, Honorable Chairperson, we have two amendments on clause 287. Amendment A is to amend subclause 2 by inserting the words and schedule 3 immediately after the words schedule 2. The justification is that it is consequential. The other amendment is to B, which is to insert a new subclause 3 to read as follows. The minister shall lay before Parliament any statutory instrument to amend Schedule 3, and the statutory instrument shall not be effective unless approved by Parliament. The justification, Right Honorable Chair and honorable colleagues, is that for transparency and for Parliament to fulfill its legislative role as prescribed under Article 79(1) and 2 of the Constitution is paramount. Right Honorable Chair and honorable colleagues, I beg to submit.
Minister.
Honorable colleagues, thank you very much. I accept.
Honorable members, I put a question that clause 87 be amended as proposed. Those in 287 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 287 as amended.
I put a question that clause 287 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
New schedule.
Right Honorable Chairperson and honorable colleagues, we are proposing to insert a new schedule to read as follows. It's a table that prescribes the capital investment for the various categories of mining licenses. Item number 1. Those are the headings. Item, license, capital investment in United States dollars. 1, large-scale mining license. The capital investment prescribed in US dollars is above 100 million US dollars. 2, medium-scale mining license. The capital investment prescribed is 300,000 to 100 million US dollars. Small-scale mining license, 100,000, 5 million US dollars. And 4, artisanal mining license, up to 100,000 US dollars. Madam Chairperson and honorable colleagues, I beg to submit.
Minister.
Your colleagues, I agree.
I put a question that the proposed new schedule 3.
Again, for record, Right Honorable Speaker, Chair, thank you for your indulgence. To be sure that the intentions of the legislator are clear to those who might want to think otherwise. Will the chairperson wish to clarify why the thresholds are in US dollars, not in currency points, and not in Ugandan shillings?
Right Honorable Chairperson, as you may be aware, most of our
we are trying to address ourselves to the issue of foreign investors. And when they come here, they are basically investing in US dollars. Now, if we convert this into Ugandan shillings, there is going to be a variation in terms of inflation, but also the exchange rate. And so that's why we felt it was necessary to make a prescription in US dollars. After all, we can also make a comparison if it is necessary so that we translate this into currency points, but there would be variations because of the exchange rate. Madam Chair, I beg to submit.
Right, Honorable Speaker and dear colleagues. You see, in most cases, people talk of compatible currencies. These currencies don't change all the time. And you will find in many areas, jurisdictions, they use this, then you compare to yours, even if yours fluctuates. But the currency, like a dollar, is very steady. That's why it's being used. If now you want even to convert it to ours, just multiply by the prevailing rate. So we live the steady they come. Secondly, some people were talking about, of course, Honorable Leader of Opposition was correct when he said, where are you starting from? When we say up to 100, thousand currency points, dollars. We mean we begin from down, and you come up to there. Whatever you have in the middle, so long as we know you can mine, you mine. And this is to favor our local, to start from far. Thank you very much.
Yes, ready to work.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think, Mr. Attorney General, you must be very clear on this as you guide us, because land friend. The standard, the best legislative drafting system would be using currency points. Because what if you get an investor who is bringing pounds? Will you change the law? And when you got the Income Tax Act, you are going to be computing using the Ugandan currency. But there is no effect, because whenever you get these dollars, still you go back to the Bank of Uganda. What? Yes, and you look at the exchange rate. That's why I was very interested in, Madam Chair, that we should be cautious of using currency points, and they can be computed, because even then you're not using the real shillings, but you are using currency points which are multiplied into a currency. So, but using dollars, Mr. Attorney General. Now, what if euros, someone comes with euros? And that's why I was very interested, but I not get a chance, Madam Chair, that the moment you begin from $1, there's an artisan miner who might be having his business arranging to 20 million. So at any cost, you have to go back to the magistrate's court, because you not take him to the high court. And that one again will bring in arbitration first. So if you think of going to the High Court alone, then what type of artisan miners are you talking about? Only those coming from outside Uganda, or they are Ugandans, but they're also in business.
So what is your point?
He has got it on the chair, and I think he can come out as a land different to see whether my submission is panchurium.
What about if we said
Hmm?
100,000
Hmm.
to 5 million Uganda USD, that is 100 to 5 million, or the equivalent of Uganda, whichever is higher. Uganda shillings.
Yeah, under legislative drafting, he knows why we use currency points, because they cater for all those currencies basing on your home currency. Because at the end of the day, still you go for exchange rate. You're not going to get people only with dollars. Okay, you can talk about that, but putting it into our legislation, I see it as being improper. You can guide through the chair.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Currency points are created in our legislation to create a floating base upon which, whether our rates fluctuate in different directions, it remains with the same weight. So if Uganda changes its currency value, the currency point from 20,000 to 30,000, everything is adjusted accordingly to take into consideration the economic circumstances. Right Honorable Speaker, I think what the honorable members are saying is that and my learned friend, actually my learned friend, what my learned friends are saying is that we could convert this into currency points. The principle will be the same. Turn that into currency points. The beauty about this is that if the minister wishes to amend this schedule, he can always come back to Parliament to do that. About the issue of jurisdiction, jurisdiction is a creature of statute. And if this Parliament decides to send a person whose value is 2 million to the High Court, that jurisdiction has been created by that statute, so there will be no problem. So once this statute creates the jurisdiction for any matter to be taken to the High Court, this Parliament has the power to send that jurisdiction there. I beg to submit.
Council, can you come up with what amendment you've made?
Yes.
Can we have the amendment?
Madam Chair, we're proposing that the schedule for large-scale mining, 100 shillings,
$1 million.
100,000, $100 million, it's a lot of money. $100 million be converted into Uganda shillings and translated into currency points and placed here. And then the 300,000 in the second schedule, in item 2, the 300,000 be converted into Uganda shillings and translated into currency points. And so will the 100 million, that all the figures in schedule 3 be converted into Uganda shillings and represented in the final draft in currency points. I beg to submit.
Yes, Chair.
Right Honorable Chair, just by trying a conversion on large-scale mining, $3,800 per shilling would give us 19 million currency points for the first one. So I'm just wondering how it sounds. It is sort of amorphous, and I wouldn't really think that is the way we should be proceeding. But if that is the guidance of this House, then so be it, because we are not certain what exchange rate are we going to use. So,
thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, it would really be, I don't know what word I can use. It would really be surprising for us to sit here as the Parliament of Uganda, come up with a law, and we use the dollar. It would just be surprising, Right Honorable Speaker.
Sarah, that we moved away from that.
Right Honorable Chair, I am stating this because the chairperson of the committee has just been on the floor and indicated that it would sound funny to talk about 19 million currency points. If that is the case, so be it. Let us move with the currency points or have the shilling.
Madam Chair.
After all,
Madam Chair.
the minister can always amend that schedule.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair,
Madam Chair.
I'm now conceding.
Yes,
Yeah.
that is settled.
Thank you very much. Since honorable members are dictated to our own national currency, do accept.
And for the record, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, we shall convert using the prevailing Bank of Uganda rate as at the time of this debate. Most obliged.
I put a question that the proposed new schedule 3 be inserted with amendment from the Land Attorney General as he has proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for the House to resume.
Honorable Minister of Energy and Mineral Development.
Madam Chairperson, I beg to move that the House do resume and the committee of the whole House reports thereto. Beg to move.
I put a question at the House do resume and the committee of the whole House reports there too. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Report from the Committee of the Whole House.
Honorable Minister of Energy and Mineral Development.
Right Honorable Speaker, Chairperson, I beg to move that the committee of the whole House has reconsidered the bill entitled the Mining and Mineral Bill 2021 with amendments. I beg to move.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Minister.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the report from the Committee of the Whole House be adopted.
That's okay. That's
I
okay.
go the other. Okay, let's go on.
I put a question that the report of the Committee of the Whole House be adopted. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Honorable Speaker.
Bill third reading, the Mining and Minerals Bill 2022.
The Honorable Minister of Energy.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the bill entitled the Mining and Minerals Bill 2021 be read for a third time and do pass.
I put a question that the Mining and Mineral Bill 2022 be read a third time and do pass. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act titled the Mining and Minerals Act 2022.
Title settled and the bill passed. Honorable members, congratulations. I want to thank you for reconsidering the bill. I also want to thank the committee, the minister, the shadow minister, leader of opposition, and the attorney general, plus the minister on this side. Thank you so much for passing the bill, and the whole house. Thank you so much. The bill will be sent back to the president for assent pursuant to Rule 1438 of the Rules of Procedure. Can we have the next item?
Item 5, Bill second reading, the Kampala Capital City Amendment Bill 2021.
Yes, Avuru.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to congratulate you, the Minister and the Chair of the committee, for having worked so hard and passed this bill. Madam Speaker, you'll recall that sometime back in May.
Remember, you also have a pending bill in your
Yes,
committee.
Madam Speaker, we are working expeditiously to conclude. Madam Speaker, sometimes back in May, Animal and Aquaculture Amendment Bill. And since then, we've not had a feedback whether the president has assented to it or not. And Madam Speaker, this particular bill was going to be a rescue for many of our fishermen out there and fishermongers.
Is it the fisheries or animal?
Fisheries, Madam Speaker.
I want to have the record.
Yes, it is fisheries and aquaculture bill that was amended. But since then, we've not had a feedback, and Madam Speaker, our fishermen or fisheries communities are really suffering because a lot of what was entailed in that bill was to rescue some of our fishermen, especially from the Albert Nile, because right now the Fisheries Protection Unit are really harassing our people. The sooner that bill is assented to, the better for our people, Madam Speaker. That's why I was rising up to find out whether we are proceeding and passing bills, but the rate at which they are assented to, Madam Speaker.
The Land Attorney General. We have the exercise bill returned. We've just finished this one. The fisheries is not out. The markets is not out. Which other? Those are the two.
Right, Honorable Speaker, like I requested earlier on the markets bill, I couldn't get in time to find out the status of these bills, and then I can report back to the House.
And maybe as I was requested to send additional copies, I did it this afternoon, so you can follow it up well. Honorable members, the Kampala Capital City Amendment Bill was read for the first time on Wednesday, 4th May 2022, and was referred to the Committee of Presidential Affairs. The committee is ready with us and ready with its report. To start with, let the minister move a motion.
Right, Honorable Speaker and Honorable members, I beg to move the bill entitled the Kampala Capital City Amendment Bill 2021 be read a second time.
Is it seconded? Is the bill seconded? Seconded by the Minister of Energy, Honorable Bahati, Honorable Attorney General, UPDF, by everybody, even KCCA MP, Shadow Kampala. This must be a good, yes, by the whole House. Would you love to speak on the principles of your bill? Strictly on the principles.
Madam Speaker and honorable members, the object of the bill is to amend Section 77 of the Kampala Capital City Act 2020
to empower the minister responsible for the Kampala capital city in consultation with the minister responsible for finance and the minister responsible for public service to determine the remuneration payable to the Lord Mayor, Deputy Lord Mayor, Mayor, Speaker, and Deputy Speaker of the Council, Councillors of the Council of the Kampala Capital City Authority, Mayors and Deputy Mayors of the Lower Urban Councils, Speakers and Deputy Speakers of Division Urban Councils. I beg to submit.
Thank you so much. To inform the debate on the motion for the second reading and second reading of the bill, I therefore invite the chairperson of Presidential Affairs to give us a brief.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I have taken your guidance seriously to give a brief on the report that the committee is having. We have two major amendments and our report is already uploaded. So on page 2, our major amendment is on clause 1, relation to commencement. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, in this, the bill is seeking for the amendment to commence on the same date as on the date when the first amendment commenced, and that was first day of February 2020. Our observation to this is we are having a descending view because this bill majorly seeks to include two offices which were omitted but created during the amendment. That is the office of the Speaker and the office of the Deputy Speaker. So we have recommended that the retroactive application of the rule below be limited to only the two offices, the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker, in order to avoid double payment for the offices which are being paid to date. And this includes the Lord Mayor and others. So on that, we have a dissenting view. Clause 2, still on the same page, the bill sought to substitute the entire provision. And on this, we are also having a dissenting view because much of the part of the section, that is 77, is still relevant, except inadequate because it does not incorporate the two offices of the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker. So we are proposing to amend than substituting the whole section 77. So we are proposing to amend to include the two offices so that they are brought on board. But in that relationship, we are recommending that the two offices benefit from retroactive application of the rule below. Right Honorable Speaker, apart from that, we also received supplementary amendments from KCCA. We consulted the ministries relevant, and we have that on page 4. Right Honorable Speaker, that is the beginning. And one of the major amendments is on page 5. That is proposing to amend section 6A, which is on the functions of the Council of the Authority. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the committee identified a gap in section 6A of the Kampala Capital City Amendment Act, and we observed that the functions of making budget proposals lies with the City Executive Committee of the Council. Therefore, we recommend to substitute the word Executive Director with the word City Executive Committee of the Council. We further recommend that the provision be made to mandate the city executive committee to prepare the annual budget of the authority. The second additional proposed amendment is on the same page, that is on the terms of office of the speakers and the deputy speakers of division urban councils. Here they were asking about the operations of the division urban councils, and they are requesting that we grant them the permission to operate on full-time basis. Right, Honorable Speaker, we considered to this and we made a recommendation. Another one is still on page 6, convening meetings of the lower urban councils. Right, Honorable Speaker, we established that there are contradicting provisions in the Act, especially 45.1 and 29C. 45.1 states, the meeting of the division urban council shall be convened and presided over by the mayor. Then 29C provides that a speaker shall preside at all meetings of the division urban council. To us, this is so contradicting, and therefore we recommend that section 45 of the Act be amended in order to mandate the speakers to be the ones to convene the council meetings than the mayors, because we had already made that amendment. Right, Honorable Speaker, on page 4, kindly allow me to go back. Under observations, there was a typing error. The first paragraph excludes the 2 offices which were left out, but in that drafting, it is excluded. Therefore, we amend that paragraph to exclude the 2 offices which we provided for in our recommendation. Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I beg to submit. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable.
Chair, kindly allow me lay our report and the copies of our minutes and other documents that we use in the processing this report. Thank you so much. I beg to lay.
Thank you so much, Honorable Jessica Babiko, Chairperson of Presidential. She is my former chairperson. I want to thank you so much for the report. I now open the debate on the motion that has been read and seconded. Can the debate, Honorable Moma, Honorable Atkins.
Speaker, thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, the recommendations of the committee are very clear. And I think without missing while wasting a lot of time, the issue is that the mayor, deputy speakers, be entitled to a moment of facilitation. It's clear that we should answer to their plight. I think without prolonging this debate, Right Honourable Speaker, I seek for your indulgence that a question be put to the effect that we dispose of debate.
There is already a motion on the floor, Honorable Gilbert. I put a question that the Kampala Capital City Amendment Bill 2021 be read for the second time. Those in favor say the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
The Kampala Capital City Amendment Bill 2021, Bills Committee stage. Clause 1.
Clause 1, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and colleagues. We propose to substitute the following in clause 1. 1, substitute subject to the subsection 2, this act shall come into force upon publication in the Gazette. 2, the officers referred to in section 2 shall be deemed to have come into force on the first day of February 2020. Justification: to ensure that the retroactive application of the bill applies only for the remuneration of the Speaker and Deputy Speaker of the Council of the Authority and the Speaker and Deputy Speaker of the Division Urban Councils. I beg to submit.
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Chair, I concur.
I put a question that clause 1 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 1 as amended.
I put a question that clause 1 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 2.
Clause 2, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. The committee moves that section 77 of the Act of 2010 be amended by 1A, by inserting immediately after the words Deputy Lord Mayor, the word Speaker, Deputy Speaker. B, by substituting the word authority, the word council. C, by inserting immediately after the word chairperson, the words Speaker, Deputy Speaker. Justification: to empower the minister responsible for the capital city in consultation with the minister responsible for finance and minister responsible for the public service to determine the remuneration payable to the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker of the Council of Kampala Capital City Authority and Speakers and Deputy Speakers of the Division Urban Councils. I beg to submit.
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Chair and members, I agree.
I put a question that clause 2 be amended as proposed. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
Clause 2 as amended.
I put a question that clause 2 as amended stands part of the bill. Those in favor say on the contrary, nay. The ayes have it.
New clause.
New clause.
Thank you, Chair. We are proposing amendment on section 6A of the Principal Act. Section 6A of the Principal Act is amended in paragraph C by substituting for the words Executive Director, the words City Executive Committee. Justification: this is to ensure clarity and consistency in the functions of the City Executive Committee. I beg to submit. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Chair and the members, on this one is a bit not related to the amendment of the remuneration, and it requires a policy justification. Therefore, I disagree.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. I had frozen my guns to allow for these amendments to be undertaken, but the minister is arousing my curiosity to the effect that he is conceding, first of all, to the inadequacy of the existing law, meaning that it is framed with a policy framework. And today, I think it's the third time this act is being amended, if I'm not mistaken. Again, a concession to the fact that this law either was made in haste or with inadequate consultation. We can only listen to the minister, Honorable Chair, if this house would give me an ultimatum to table both a new policy for the authority and a time frame to table a plethora of amendments to the act. Otherwise, he's putting us in a kind of quandary as Parliament, to which a committee has done a very good job. And then it makes the whole work flimsy, because how do we delineate the previous amendment to which is made a concession to this one, which says now it needs a policy redirection? Honorable Chair, the minister must either concede now or make a concession with a commitment, an equivocal commitment, that either he's ready, not next year, not in a time, but in this session. Otherwise, acting with flimsiness and to change the law conveniently as and when is not helpful. Honorable Chair, I need to really be guided, because the minister is making us go 10 kilometers backwards from what we are trying to do.
First of all, we need to get a justification. Why are you disagreeing with the committee, committee what? Recommendation. Attorney General, you give us.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And Lop, you actually are agreeing with the minister. When this bill came to this House, it came for purposes strictly of dealing with the issue of and all the other amendments were in the legislative agenda. In the process, these new matters came up. And indeed, we agree with you that there are a number of things that need to be changed. However, the policy issues that we are dealing with here is the issue of who brings the budget. Who brings the budget to the House? The budget of KCCA is brought here by the Minister of Kampala Capital City Authority and is approved by this Parliament. Who makes it? And now it is being made by a person who may not necessarily be part of the people who are bringing it to the House. And those are the things, and I agree with you, that we need to think through carefully, so that instead of trying to create a short-term solution, we may create an impasse in the management of the city. So I think that is why he was opposed to that particular amendment. The amendment that he did not oppose is on 77, to ensure that the remuneration of those councillor speakers who have been elected are able to be paid. Most obliged. I beg to submit.
So what have you concluded on the new sanction?
Right, Madam Chair, our proposal was that we maintain the proposed amendment as it was brought by the executive, and indeed the minister should be required to bring a substantive and well thought through policy and amendment to the KCCA Act to avoid these multiple amendments which are piecemeal. I beg to submit.
So does the minister's rejection affect all the new sessions? Does it? The new sessions in the bill, the new amendments. There are 4 others.
As the minister looks at the amendments, my pain is with my old friend and the chair of the committee, because I'm sure the minister appeared before this committee, and these amendments we are canvassed. I do not see anywhere that the minister disagreed, and therefore it is the position of the committee without the minister. The minister should make our work easy. Did the minister appear before the committee, or is just reneging on what he agreed to in the committee? So we can know how to deal with him today and subsequently. But 2, I would like to agree with the Land Attorney General. If there is a migration away from what the committee had proposed, then the commitment must be in time, not in general terms. Because there's no doubt there's an impasse at the authority. We are not blind to the clashes, and the clashes were deliberately legislated, as if we are legislating for short-term gain. Right, Honourable Speaker, we need a very firm commitment, and the minister should commit to whether he has knowledge of these amendments or they are really new to him.
Honorable Minister, why, since the two amendments have been considered, why don't we remove the insertions? You bring a comprehensive amendments to the KCCA Act in 3 months. And this time when you're called to the committee, you must appear, because I am told you dodged to be in the committee.
Most obliged, Honorable Chair. But I always
First, the House needs your apology for not attending the committee, and then you make your commitment.
Honorable Chair, I only missed 1 day because I was on official duties, but my senior minister was attending. But we shall go with your wise guidance. Let's have more and a full amendments in 3 months as you've guided.
Chair.
All right, Honorable Speaker, I totally agree with your ruling, but I think as government, we need to do better. All the bills should be coordinated. I want to inform the House that the supplementary amendments were brought by the same team. That actually made us to delay in reporting to this House. We had to go retrospectively to again consult Ministry of Finance and Attorney General. So actually it was the Ministry of Kampala and Metropolitan Affairs that delayed the committee. But we thank you and this House for having given us more time. But I think next time we should do better. Before even a bill comes to this House, government should really work in a coordinated manner and ensure that we have a thorough work. Thank you so much.
As the chair said, we need to come clean. Let's be clean next time. Taking place. And as we promise, we shall throw you people out. Let's work, let's give time for Parliament, let's give time for these bills. Attorney General, you need to whip your people when it comes to bills. Because we are not going to start staying here, just you start working on a bill afresh. Yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And the Chair, and your committee. I think what hinders our African continent from moving forward is the value that we attach to time. Madam Speaker, the minister should put in consideration how much in sacrifice you make sitting for 5 hours, processing a bill, only to find that we have no discoveries. This disorganizes the entire system. And remember, every bill that is delayed in terms of processing has an impact, and as far as the people that are affected by the same bill. And Mr. Attorney General, I think your people, because you're the advisor, I think it's very important that you can do better than this. Everything else can be saved or renewed by no time. If you assemble all of the money in the world to recover just 1 second lost, it can happen. That's how valuable time is. We're here for business. Jocks, we make a lot of sacrifices just, sitting in, and especially the presiding officer. And I think everybody that sits in this house deserves to be treated with honor, respect, and dignity. Much appreciated, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much, Title.
Title.
I put a question that the title stands part of the bill. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Motion for resumption of the House.
Honorable Minister.
Honorable Chair and honorable members, I move that the House do resume and the Committee of the Whole House reports thereto.
I put a question that the House does resume and the Committee of the Whole House does report thereto. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it. You know, if we didn't have people like Sarah in the house would be boring.
Report of the Committee of the Whole House.
But Morris, let's finish, then you bring the procedural issue.
Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, the Committee of the Whole House has considered the bill entitled the Kampala Capital City Amendment Bill 2021 and passed it with amendments.
With amendments.
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
Yes,
with amendments.
Motion for adoption of the report of the Committee of the Whole House.
Amendments of four. Yes.
Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I move that the report from the Committee of the Whole House be adopted.
I put a question that the report, that the House does adopt the report of the Committee of the Whole House. Those in favor say and the contrary nay. The ayes have it.
Bill's third reading, the Kampala Capital City Amendment Bill 2022.
Honorable Minister.
Right, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, I move that the bill entitled the Kampala Capital City Amendment Bill 2022 be read a third time and do pass.
I put a question that the Kampala Capital City Amendment Bill 2022 be read for the third time and do pass. Those in favor say have it.
A bill for an act titled the Kampala Capital City Amendment Act 2022.
Bill passed and title settled. Honorable members, I congratulate you upon passing this bill. And this will really help in the smooth running of KCCA. And I want to congratulate the Committee of Presidential Affairs. Thank you so much, my former chair, for the work well done. I want to congratulate the leader of opposition plus the shadow KCCA. I want to also congratulate the minister and most importantly, the Attorney General for guiding the House. Thank you so much. And I want also congratulate and thank all the members of Parliament who have really stayed in this House and had this bill passed. Honorable members, I also want to thank myself. The House is adjourned to tomorrow at 2.
Tomorrow.